El ferrocarril, como medio de transporte terrestre en América Latina, tiene el potencial de movilizar grandes volúmenes de personas y mercancías de un modo sostenible. Facilita la integración territorial, reduce los costos logísticos y disminuye significativamente las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. A pesar de los desafíos que enfrenta el desarrollo de la red ferroviaria en la región, existen grandes oportunidades para desarrollar proyectos ferroviarios eficientes, integrados y sostenibles que puedan convertirse en ejes de desarrollo logístico y de
passenger transport. Funding and governance are basic elements to reach the success of these projects. The energy efficiency of transport regarding other terrestrial methods is an opportunity for the public sector of access of funding, favorable funding access for the reduction of greenhouse gases. Interoperable railroad system is key for the integration of competitive transport means that respond to the current needs. Integration of the system with other transport means with logistic nodes, the development of integration, cargo integration or freight integration modes is key and for the increase of competitiveness. Standardization of technologies, procedures of operations, and rolling material optimize cost, align railway projects with the feasibility in the long term. Digitalization and other avant-garde technologies offer solutions to optimize the operation and maintenance. Railroad presents opportunities to become a tourist product to allow the access to richness, cultural richness for the citizen ownership as a key element for sustainability. The development of the railroad in the region needs efficient investment projects associated to public management systems with integration of different levels of administration in governance that is committed with the strategic view. CAV, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, has taken a main role for the railroad system, fostering strategic projects in Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, Panama, Colombia, or Peru. Its leadership and technical experience positions it as a key partner to foster regional view that is coherent with long-term with the support of the Transport Ministry of Colombia. We foster modernization of railroad system transport of Latin America and the Caribbean with multilateral organizations, Bank of Development, and private sector to build together a railroad system that is diversified, resilient, and competitive. International Forum for the Railroad Reactivation. CAV, Bank of Development for Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucia Esparza Bajena on behalf of CAV, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Ministry of Transport of Colombia. It's an immense pleasure and honor to greet you cordially to this International Forum for the Railroad Reactivation. For today's experts of the sectors have channeled the challenges facing the railroad projects being developed in the region that will transform freight transport and passenger transport in Latin America and the Caribbean, fostering a system that is more competitive and resilient. In our second day, the agenda will focus on the significant progress in Colombia in railroad reactivation with a key presentation of the view of the National Railroad Agency. We will address the strategic planning of railroad systems and the legal regulation framework for the infrastructure and the rolling material, as well as digitalization optimization of railroad transport. Last, we're going to share some cases of interoperability and projects of expansion in the region. We will have discussions, a crucial one about the persistent challenges for reactivation of railroad in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, I'd like to tell you how yesterday this event that is being streamed in Spanish and English from the webpage caf.com, and we would like to invite you to follow at Agenda CAF in Facebook, X, and Instagram. And of course, you leave your comment. We will be posting and sharing comments. We will consider your comments. And to start this second day of the forum, I would like to invite to stage Miss Maria Fernanda Rojas, the Ministry of Transport in Colombia. Thank you very much. Good morning for this second day. Thank you very much for your attendance and valuable presence in this space where more than giving a view of the progress, I hope to motivate the support, contribution to move forward with the projects that are strategic in Colombia, to pass as my purpose the spirit to reactivate the railroad on behalf of the government, which it is perhaps pretentious, but the biggest goal, the most ambitious one in the development plan, but at least it is in the top three of the main goals of development. But we have some situations we have to acknowledge. Time. We have very short time. So it is reasonable. We're going to move forward, progress as long as it is possible for these projects which are part of the network that we want to reactivate to be structured. The ones who don't at least are conceived as a profile, at least, but with a clear view of a complete network that to a great extent it is based on the network that existed in the country. We're going to start from there. And I'm happy for your presence. We have national authorities, national, international experts. We have the academia, means of communication, regional authorities, and the companies, the multilateral bank. Your presence is fundamental for this purpose. Let me start by saying that, as I said yesterday, there is a bet here for the efficiency logistics for territorial equity and sustainability. For many reasons, I will not go into detail. You know very well these three aspects and the meaning of reactivation of trains in a country such as Colombia. As I said, after some decades, railroad is still important, which has been fostered by Petro from the government program. I go to regions where people claims here there was a promise to reactivate a train or railroad, complete new railroad. Those promises during the government program are in the collective memory in the different regions. So we have a commitment to a nation that is claiming for reactivation. And I wanted to emphasize on that. It is not a transportation mode. It's also a tool for territorial justice, claiming to connect regions that have lived disconnected. I mentioned yesterday the example of the Catatumbo, but it's the same example that we have in El Cauca, Nariño, Chocó, the Pacific, about Llanos, Orinoquia. So more than half a country. So railroad reactivation has to do with equity and territorial justice. Here, let's review quickly with our first slide that shows the existing network, the one you see in the map, 3,533 kilometers, out of which some parts are operating for freight. These four are the survival ones. The four lengths that are alive. Part of the challenge of reactivation is to re-empower, to create competitiveness, and make good use of this infrastructure. Look at what we had here below, and you learn more and more out of this. The engineer told me this network in Tumaco, there was a network, there used to be a network in Tumaco. It could make an international connection while Europe connects easily between countries with railroads. We had our attempts. This used to be the network, and these are the four survival ones, or survivors. But due to political and economic situations, it was left to die. So we have the details here. Let us move to the network. The Chiriguaná, very famous for this concession. It's the spinal cord of the network, the consolidation of all the central way. It doubled to date. Up to June 2025, it doubled in amount of tons the cargo moved in 2024. And it has to do with the project. It has to do with the trust of the private sector on the power of the network to move the goods. Here there is important diversification of La Dorada, Chiriguaná. Apart from some hydrocarbon moving, there are companies that move their cargo they want to bring to the center of the country through this network. Big companies at a national level using the network. We have Bogota, Belencito, with cargo power and record numbers of tourist trains, 276 kilometers with a cargo operation, freight operation of passengers. We have Chiriguaná Santa Marta network that is La Dorada, Chiriguaná going to the sea. Within the logics of world trends, we need to mention a situation happening that is a drop in freight wagon movement. This is not an exception, it's what's happening in the world. It moved at some point, as you see in the chart, 2019, 50 million tons of carbon a year, and in 2024 is 22 million. It's half the cargo. We foresee a similar movement to 2024. Here is important, a call to diversification of the cargo, to use the network. And we have the network of La Sabana, more than 414,000 passengers. It's an example of mobility that's solving mobility problems in the region, in the network, using this network. So let's move on to the strategic big or large projects, to leave some space for more detail. First is where we have to consolidate partnership, and second, where there is more interest, because those are the projects that are sketched, that should be left structured and completely matured, in some cases contracted. So within these large strategic projects, there is one, the one of the interoceanic railroad corridor, that that anecdote from 1925 and the that view of Simon Bolivar to think of a train to connect the Atlantic with the Pacific. Here, an important aspect of this project is the need to consolidate two docks at each oceans for the in and out. There was an adjustment in the Pacific, so the pre-feasibility states that we have in Atlantic Titumate and the one in the Pacific in the Department of Chocó. As the President of the Republic said, is that the project should be kept in the Chocó territory because of opportunities and social possibilities and the possibility of the project because of the governance levels of the region. An investor, after a balance to put resources, it is key to trust governance. And there is backup, there is support for the project, so there will be an update for the project. The organizations of the region will be able to know all the details and we'll be able to have a platform of articulation with the project because we need initiatives of productivity to connect port initiatives, not only transport, but everything about productivity in Chocó in general, in the region of Urabá, etc., to articulate the project. And for this one, we have progress in pre-feasibility. So it is not a secret anymore. Here, we have a challenge to update a project that was the most relevant one for the president, the national government. It was the most important one. As you can see, this is a report I'm sharing. We have almost all pre-feasibility done for 3 years of government. So my challenge in this short time in the ministry and the short time we have left is for us to materialize initiatives, concrete initiatives through private initiative so that the project can be at a point of no return and have specific possibilities to be feasible and exist. Here is the interconnection of Atlantic Pacific and the potential transformation of a region that is strategic for the planet and the progress, among others. Here there is an advantage, there is interest on different continents due to the character that you should have noticed for the strategic location, the Panama Channel and the tax sources, the deep issues that we mentioned in the Panama Canal. So it can be the project with the best, most interest in the world. There is the other one, there is the priority of the president that we found a bit delayed. We are together with the president of Andy working with a mechanism to move forward quickly with the Ministry of Defense and other entities. That is the corridor Andes-Orinoco from Villavicencio to Puerto Gaitán. Puerto Gaitán, as I told you, here the people of the highlands and the flatlands, nobody have told them that it is possible. And they say, we don't want that train, but we want that train to get to Puerto Carreño too, because this will go to the highlands and the flatlands, and it is stating a road of connectivity to Venezuela. Second, they are asking to move forward in the connection of Villavicencio towards the central network that we used to have in our history progress in the infrastructure, but this particularly 193 kilometers with the estimate investment that you see there with a key characteristics which is intermodality that the project should have with all the river network of the flatlands, the Manacasillas, all those hydric sources are key for the Orinoco, the later connection with Orinoco River and uh, ways out the country. Here we hope to move forward as in pre-feasibility to move forward in the feasibility this year and as long as possible to have progress beyond next year. We have the third project, which is the railroad corridor of the Pacific of Buenaventura Palmira. It's a key connection. For this, we have mentioned since yesterday how we connect the Pacific to the Atlantic, and mainly what we looked for with this routes is how this freight from the center of the country goes out through the main ports of Colombia through railroad before it go to the docks. This railroad corridor of the Pacific, we're speaking about a new plot sketch. We have problems with the parameters of the design and technical. It's complex and there is an alternate uh, road to Jumbo and Palmira. It looks small, but it's 120 kilometers. So it is key to have pre-feasibility finished that we should leave the feasibility this year and everything that has to do with the improvement of logistics connectivity from southwest to go out to the Pacific Ocean. This allows us the following. It's the Jumbo Caimalito corridor, which we hope is granted this 2025 public work distributed with future term with a good investment per year. Total is 1.1 trillion pesos, billion pesos that would be granted before the end of this year. So we call the private sector to participate in this process and we get this important network or branch. It has a key component of the recovery of the railroad, the corridor that is not active, including Jumbo, Cali, Palmira, and building of the variants, but it has an important component of rehabilitation to use concrete bars, and it is not an exaggeration. It can be paid with public resources, and it will be key to keep knitting the network of the Pacific that will connect to the center of the country. So it is in the project of La Caro, here coming in Bogota with the central railroad corridor. It finished the pre-feasibility stage, 410 kilometers to connect Bogota to the productive regions of the country, and of course, as always in this project, to go out the Caribbean and later to the Pacific with the products of all the central region. The investment that you can see is important. The idea is to start feasibility in 2025. We're working for that. Those are the ones who are prioritized at the budget level with the financial scenario of the country, which is complex, but also taking into account that the interoceanic corridor there could be a combination of financial efforts to move forward with those strategic projects. Now, how do we complement the network? And in the end, I'm going to speak about the projects that are the regional trains that don't have financing on behalf of the Ministry of Transport, but the Ministry of Treasury with co-finance covenant with the territorial entity of 70/30. So I'm going to pass this quickly. This is the dream. In many cases, we cannot reach a point of maturity. We didn't move forward enough in some of those projects that were key in these first years of the government. We're going to leave um, the plot of the public project of the network. The government has invested on what is going to leave in real terms in contracts, feasibility, and progress. So the regions and local authorities, the companies that start seeing benefits of logistics chain with a railroad network that is added, they will see that it will not disappear. So the train of coffee that is in the buzz, there is a partnership in Antioquia, Caldia, Risaralda to recover this railroad network. Is the train of coffee. It's the heart of Colombia, the one that moved the product that in that period was our, well, it continues to be, but it was our flagship product. Here, I'd like to say that I have read a bit about the feeling in Quindío because they were not invited to be part of the connectivity of the railroad. But I want to leave a message for people in Quindío. We are working from the national government to revise the connectivity. One is the possibility to take in the future this branch of Zarzal to Armenia to make Armenia connect Jumbo Caudalito. That is the Zarzal Armenia. We can check feasibility. It would include in this projection a complete network to Armenia to connect Jumbo Caimalito and Jumbo Caimalito in the network that will connect to the train of coffee. The train of coffee will reactivate because a Jumbo Caimalito exists with resources. So that's the momentum that we need. We are going to also reactivate the former network, Armenia Manizales Pereira. That's why they claim, because it used to exist, because they have dreamed on that connection. Our message as a national government is to work for Quindío to stay connected. We have the multi-purpose train that is part of the network of Antioquia, the green train to connect the one in the east, the west with the central one in Puerto Berrío, the green train. There is Puerto Berrío to the central network. Please, Juliana, help me point at each part. We have La Dorada that allows to connect the central mountain range for, as you can see, for the ones who are not from Colombia, the central railroad is that spinal cord. We are strengthening with real investment, real projects, but also with the other projects that will connect. So from Buenaventura, from Pacifico, the South Pacific, to the Colombian West and the central region. That's the connectivity that we have dreamt of, the one we are working with. The train of Huila, that is the recovery of a corridor Neiva Dorada, as a train of Huila, the people from Huila have also contacted us. The train has the power to connect with Puerto Gaitán. We are moving forward with that network in the south of the country. We have those projects that are urban projects and short trip projects. We are living this project. We are fortunate to work together, the Regio-Tram of the West and the Regio-Tram of the North, the train of Zipaquira, the short road train, the train of the Caribbean, which is a bed of three departments of the Caribbean, Magdalena, Atlántico, Bolívar. There we are in that interaction.
So for the future to make that project a reality, and you can see here how upward the rail network has a huge relevance because the potential here, besides just having cargo potential, it has a potential of converting all of that Caribbean, or no, drive even more because today it is, drive it into tourism economic pole to attract industry because you see the numbers of passengers in Cartagena and Santa Marta and what's happening with tourism in Colombia. It's amazing, and we've had to launch a series of projects in order to increase the capacity of our landing strips. For, I mean, just 500 meters that you improve the landing strips, you are going to be able to multiply the capacity of the planes that come here, and then we start to internationalize as we are doing with the Garzones in Cordoba. There's also a project in Tolu at the end of the year. We've just given that first phase, but now there is supposed to be an internationalization phase in Vallesolano. But, well, I'm not here to talk about airports. This is just like a mouth opener of the reality, so afterwards we can have an airport forum. But we have made huge strides, and we could have more resources. I know it's not good to say, but if we would have had a lot of funding that allowed us to invest in infrastructure, that allowed us to, yes, invest in infrastructure that made us more competitive, we would have much more projects, much more structured projects. For example, to optimize airports or make it international is not complex. It's simple. It's not complex. Those are fast investments. Those are fast studies. And, well, the construction is also quite fast. But the benefit is even faster, immediate, and of a lot of impact. And we're in fact receiving the passengers, but we need more spaces to have more migration points. We need more international airports, distribute flows, etc. Everything to be done in a way that is fast. So with the resources that we have, we are doing what is possible in different airports. And that investment has worked out. Well, we have projects such as the Catatumbo train, as I mentioned yesterday, that is more related to the National Planning Department, but is a project that should be a priority in resources when it is needed. That should be how a train can change a complete region. Connectivity to Catatumbo is going to change Catatumbo. We're going to be able to realize all of the investments that, unfortunately, due to part of canceling of executive order, interior disorder, well, this impeded our progress, and we have to fight against that in order to generate greater connectivity. But that actually train would change Catatumbo. And the connection between Pacifico Turbo, I mean, it's connecting the western railways with Turbo Antioquia. It's also a region with which we have a huge historical debt. I just mentioned this fast in order to continue to talk about two aspects about this railway reactivation that are related to the institutional framework that we are organizing here so this country can in fact have clear rules, a modern institutionality, and of course a technical capability, so this can become a national project, a future project that is comprehensive. So when we talk about ports, we are going to start to think how that port is going to connect with the train that reaches the port. They cannot be thought about in isolation. So here you have three challenges. First of all, we have industry fragmentation. Even at a level of, even for the transport sector, we are actually we're trying to internally work, understand the guidelines clearly. Everything's going well, and we've already created a railway group, and this is quite important. So I go to the ministry and I see a group for the BRTs. There's a group for hazardous waste transportations. There's groups for multiple issues, for logistics, cargo, passengers, for many, many things. And but we didn't have a railroad group being it, however, a government priority. So, but now we have a group of professionals that are working, are dedicated almost exclusively to the creation of that institution, to start thinking about that national railway agency. However, we have a fragile communication between national institution and local governments. We have advanced quite a lot, I believe. Here the Department of Cundinamarca can actually bear witness of the coordinating activities that we are implementing in order to promote these projects. But just imagine this in Buenaventura, in Jurado. It's a huge challenge. I mean, the national government didn't have that capability or that destination of resource and personnel to go to those territories, to go and talk about trains. At the beginning, this sounds like talking in an alien language. And third, there's slow process in every single stage of the project cycle, which will delay the entry of new corridors to markets. So I'd like to actually give a better report about our progress. But first of all, we always need to be honest as a government, and I just want to say that we have made huge advances just recently, and we're going to continue to do so, everything that we can to recover the lost time, because we know we have investors that have the resources, the availability, and the technical capability to actually finish many of these projects. So it's a time to create an ecosystem that is agile and efficient and can actually help us to generate benefits such as the creation of jobs, regional development in each and every single place where these railways go through. And something that I have not mentioned stringently enough, which is basically about energy transition. So it's unfortunate that some of these projects had been structured with diesel. It's unfortunate. All of the trains should be electric, that is the truth. But well, when one reaches power, you cannot recreate the world. We don't have any, we're not like Adam or Eve. I mean, each time a new ministry or a new public servant comes, you cannot go back. You need to see what you have and improve it. But yes, diesel is a strategic mistake. That's why the regional tramway is important, because it's electric. And another thing that we are correcting is that the trains sometimes they need to have a passenger component. Many projects don't include them. Obviously, we have an open access clause. It's not the same thing than having from the beginning a platform design, the station designs, incorporating all of them passengers. So there was a technical mistake when deciding that some projects didn't merit passengers, above all in a corridor such as La Dorada Chiriguaná, when the train was part of people's daily life to mobilize around, and where today we need alternatives, mobilization alternatives. And all of this just to say that energy transition is quite important, and we are working with that clear focus. in these other projects that I have already mentioned as priorities. An transcendental step that we are taking is to creating the National Railway Agency, which is the entity dedicated in a specialized fashion to railway projects by hiring the best professionals at a national level or international level, but also establishing an institutional architecture and rules of the game that is solely dedicated to that. Because in many cases we have efforts here to try to replace the lack of experience in railways in Colombia. And for example, sometimes those that worked on roads, well, yes, they can jump to railways and they contribute a lot. However, there's certain bias because it's not the same thing. It's not the same things in the design, the demand forecasts, I don't know, etc. But it's the best thing that the country has been able to do. However, the railway agency has allowed us to hire people with experience, specific experience in railway issues, and generate a huge school in this regard. So to surmise, in regards as to the institutional fragmentation and the communication that has not been effective between governmental levels, and certain processes that have not been agile in order to promote these projects, so we respond in the following fashion. We are right now creating the National Railway Agency in order to face those challenges. We not only require political will, but also we require a well thought of transition. So we have started to have a railway group, I mean, very linked to the ministry. So from here we can provide guidelines. I mean, we have a sector, a broad sector, where we have two entities that have functions in terms of railway infrastructure, such as the National Infrastructure Agency and INVIAS. And within the ministry, that's what we have right now. And we've been coordinating in the sector in order to comply that roadmap and have those parameters or those guidelines that are to be shared. And we also have a strategic ally. I mean, yesterday Ambassador Hudson was here. I believe he wasn't able to be here, but I just wanted to mention that the United Kingdom has been a strategic partner for this reactivation. And we've, well, thanks to a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the Department of Transport of the UK, by receiving strategic and technical advice. And this is part of the collaboration that we received. And through Crossrail International, we have been working in a consultancy in order to design that National Railway Agency with sector reports and consulting territorial actors, because we want a complete vision. We don't want just, so to speak, a London-centered vision, but in this case a Bogota-centered vision. No, you have in Lima. In Lima, you have a railway agency. No. Well, you have a centralist vision. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. That's what I mean. We don't want a centralist view of it, of the infrastructure of our country, of our railway. Just we want a vision that understands what it is to have a train that reaches Santa Marta. So what these culture advisors told us yesterday, because that conversation was over marvelous. I mean, the meaning of the train in our culture is marvelous, and we want to incorporate that in our institutional design. And while I think that the work that we've organized with the United Kingdom in order to continue and try to manage railway systems, and finally the challenge of education. And yesterday Sergio Diaz Granado also mentioned it, the fact that there we have another challenge. I mean, there's no possible reactivation if we don't have the human talent, if there is no trained personnel in Colombia for Colombia. We need to have our own school here in the academy, in the National Learning Center, or any university. And that's what we have to organize quickly. Without that, we don't have no sustainability in the railway system. So in 2025, and this is good news. Pro Boyacá was yesterday. There you are, yes. You shared that news. UPTC in 2025 approved the first specialization in railway engineering. That is a hit, and hopefully Many public and private universities will soon follow. In Colombia, there is only one single technical program for machinists. There we're lagging. And you also have to think programs for professionalization or recognition and updating of information of the women that work in the trains today that learned to drive those locomotives with other colleagues that mostly started as mechanics or operational tasks in the stations, and they've learned. And we need to update them and in some cases turn them into full-flung professionals. I mean, there's no offer in technical terms for the subsystems of a railway system, for example, maintenance, signage, electrification, and many other activities in all of the chain. So we need to train them in those regards. And obviously, we need to position the rail as a occupational and labor option for people in Colombia. Many people today say, I want to be, as they used to say in the past, a machinist. And we lack personnel in maintenance for our rolling stock, also telecommunications and signage, operations and control, in topography, construction and maintenance of railway infrastructure, and also in systems of power and also electrification. So that is also part of that seed for the train, which is not going to be a task of solely this government. We need the government, whichever it is in the future, to continue any progress that has been made and how we've recovered the past railway network that can add productivity and wealth to this country and do so with equality and generate new lines, and everything needs to be coordinated into a single dream of connecting the Pacific with the Atlantic. That's in the past, it was a dream, a crazy dream, but today, with this that we are presenting and the advances that we are going to show and whatever we can live with feasibility and well structured and hired, well, then we can see it's a seed that is just germinating. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a la señora ministra por...
Thank you very much, Minister, for a very interesting presentation, and we'll continue with today's agenda. So we're going to present Hector Varela. He is a senior specialist in CAF and transport sector. So I want to invite them to present a presentation called Dreaming Big, the Railway Rebirth in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Gracias. Hola, buenos días.
Hello, everyone. So, first place, I just want to communicate to you that it's a huge honor to present after the minister, and not only an honor but a responsibility to maintain the highest level of expectation that he has generated with this presentation, where she has showed a level of commitment, the level of projection, the ambition that Colombia has in order to develop a railway network, and how they have been thinking about this with the criteria that we have assessed: interpretability, territorial justice, service for logistics, service for passenger services. And a word that the minister has repeated quite often that I've loved a lot is a dream. She's repeated dream, and therefore that's why I call my presentation Dreaming Big, because I believe that we are facing a regional's dream that I want to mention in this presentation. And I want you to perceive that Colombia is not alone. It's a dream that many countries have. It's a dream that many countries in Latin America have, with huge railway projects that try to reactivate and decarbonize transport to generate more sustainable mobility, more just, more equal. And that's why we are generating this forum from CAF. and it's an intuition provided by our president at a certain point in time. He said that we needed to generate a forum for railway reactivation in Latin America because he intuited that something was happening and we wanted to actually put into figures what was happening, what is happening in Latin America, and that's the idea of this presentation, and the title shows it. But I believe what I must recognize that influenced by yesterday's cultural panel, I changed the presentation. And I just want to mention a personal experience about my link with a railway, and I'm going to start with that. With how a railway can influence people. I just want to show you this photo. It's not related to the rest of the presentation. I just want to show it to you. That's my city, small city in the north of Spain. 500 kilometers from Madrid, 100,000 inhabitants. If you look closely, there's a bridge in the lower right-hand side of the corner. That's a railway bridge. My house is in the lower left-hand side corner. From my window, I used to have a privileged view of the train when it arrived, and I also felt it. It arrived, it left a tunnel. And when I left the tunnel, the people started to open the windows, simple windows without acoustic isolations, everything vibrated, and we used to hear, signature sound. And when it goes through old railway tracks that are not welded, they produce that sound. I wasn't able to look at the TV. I wasn't able to hear what was on TV, but we just stopped the TV and went to look at the locomotive. It just passed over the bridge, turned left, and if you can see, upper left-hand side, there's the railway station. They also have the ports for cargo, for passengers, and through that same rail, I went to Madrid to study civil engineering. 15 kilometers, 12 hours. Night train express. It was called Express. I don't know why. And 40 kilometers per hour, more or less. And in the moment I came back from Madrid from my studies, and I realized that the train no longer made any noise. So what happened? They had to put welded rails. Microthermal, no longer any joints, no more sound, and then I started to get nostalgic about the images, That's a piece of nostalgia that I have when I was a kid, just hearing the train go by. And, well, those are the memories that one has and how the train has influenced oneself. I mean, that cold that you perceive between wagons, the beds, that smelled awful as a student. It's just a piece of memory that one has. And yesterday we talked that we need to renew those memories, and therefore I want to add another personal experience that a month ago. Through that same bridge, I went to the station. I accompanied my daughter to enroll in the university, to look at the campus, and we made the same journey. We went and came back on the same day. And 12 hours. We did in the past. I traveled 12 hours. In this case, was 2 hours, 150 kilometers, and we generated a new memory of different services. A different service, most likely. It was going to be nostalgic in 30 years when I recall this trip. But I believe it's what we're talking about, basically. What happened in Spain, and what happened in Spain that we invested millions of millions to renew the railway system, and in order to reach a quality system, and that influenced people as it did on me, in this case in a personal way. And returning to the presentation then. Sorry for this personal moment, but I think it's important. It's important. So what's happening? Latin America is dreaming big, as the minister said. It is a dream. There's multiple railway projects in the region. Many countries, or at least most of them, are trying to improve the railway system, modernize it, and reach a railway system that is modern, fair, sustainable, does not pollute, and that's north of the modernization. So we have generated a study with a consultancy company, and we have identified, or we wanted to identify, what we're talking about basically. So we're talking about this. Here's certain figures that perhaps are going to echo to other presentations in the past made by the manager, or some figures are derived from past studies of ours. We have identified in Latin America that the countries have thought in developing more than 150 projects with an investment of more than $400,000 million. Some countries, one project, some countries, many projects. Here's a small summary. In Mexico, 20 summaries, Brazil, 50, Central America, 12. It seems small, but the idea is to generate an integrated rail in Central America and the rest of the southern cone between Peru, Colombia, Chile. 72 projects. It's a huge investment. So I wanted to highlight a couple that are quite ambitious, such as Brazil, with 50 projects, above all of cargo, but also many of passengers. It cost $80 million, $80,000 million. In Colombia, of course, with everything that the minister has mentioned. Peru as well, with huge ambition to develop their own coast railway that can connect all of the coast of Peru from Ecuador to Chile and generate a corridor in the Pacific. Mexico as well, when railway is so important and is so consolidated, Mexico is trying to reactivate even more their railways and integrate the passenger because it was well oriented to cargo solely. So what about these projects then? So we see that greater part of them is cargo. 40% are cargo, 25 are exclusive for passengers, and 35% of the projects are mixed cargo and passengers. This is a particularity in the projects of Latin America, which is not a habit. So the technical developments in Latin America, every single one need to think about this and that vocation. As the ministry already said, we want to integrate into cargo corridors passengers. That's a reality, and Colombia is not alone in this regard. Other countries such as Peru, for example, are trying to, or actually want to integrate them in that way. And how are they going? Well, to surmise, a third of the projects are a feasibility level, and a third are praise of feasibility. You could enter an investment stage, and the other third is basically in the tender, construction, or advanced design studies stage. And I just want to share a piece of data that actually won my attention. I mean, most were brownfield. I mean, other current rails, but a third is on new or extraordinary renewals to such an extent that basically it's a greenfield. And based on that project, we've actually talked to countries in order to understand how prioritized were these projects within the country's development plan. And here we got another surprise. We thought with that volume of investment of almost $400,000 million, priority, there were not going to be many, but no, 40% of the projects are quite priorities, another 40 are priorities, and only 18% of the projects are of low priority. But the countries are really interested in developing those projects, and was trying to accompany the development of a railway sector in a country and promote a means of transport that is more sustainable. It is here that we try to identify the needs that those projects had, that needs to be supported or as support. So based on that global base, we discarded those that had a low priority, and we also discarded those that were well advanced in construction or technical and financial resources, at least enough. And here we reach another figure that perhaps you recall, $135 $1,000 million in investment through the regions in order to develop the railway sectors, about 60 projects. And I want to delve a little bit into them because the conclusions are quite interesting. The first thing, almost all of them are greenfield. Second, most are associated cargo. Not all are exclusive cargo. Some are exclusively passengers, and a greater part are mixed cargo and passengers. Many are related to integration with airports, with ports, between countries, and a piece of data that for me is fundamental. The benefited population is more than 150 million inhabitants. It's a volume of population that is huge for the region. It's a substantial percentage.
We carried out an analysis of the quality of the project. We found out that they are medium quality, low quality, and a few high quality. The good news is here that many are in the initial stages of feasibility. They are susceptible to improve the score with consistent, solid projects and projects with institutions with solid governance to develop them. Now, in the presentation of Nicolás Estupiñán, it is not about money, it is about projects. We are on time to support the projects, to structure them, and get them done. And to finish my presentation, what is the common thing we see in the region in these projects? The vocation. Clear vocation to reduce emissions. The reduction of the railroad. I'm not going to insist, but it is terrestrial transport mode, less contaminant, and the will of the countries is to reduce emissions, to get into the agenda of decarbonization. So integration, interoperability, those projects want to be connected in all countries with solid governance. They want that. Solid structure to get those projects done. Long-term projects of a lot of financial resources and needs. But I think it's a valid dream. And I reiterate the message of our availability to support the projects to be developed in the best conditions. With these characteristics, we are showing here that in the end we could renew our memories of the railroad and create new memories and new nostalgies 3 years, 30 years from now. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Héctor Varela.
Thank you very much, Héctor Varela, for your presentation. We move on with the next presentation with the regulation framework of the railroad sector. I want to invite Mr. Jaime de Jesus Paredes Camacho, expert in railroad law of Mexico. Welcome. Good morning. Beforehand, I would like to appreciate the Minister, Fernanda Rojas, the people from CAF, to allow me be here, my friend Iñaki Barón. For me, it's important to comment beforehand that in Mexico, we are years ahead of the process you are living here. In Mexico, we already have a concession of the railroad system. From 1995, the Mexican Constitution was modified, and in 1997, we had the development of a new operation of the railroad service. So with all pleasure, we're going to start. something important. The public use is the only value of public service. This is something that we have heard. It is a fundamental infrastructure that we have talked about. Is a tool. Governments need to see that what should be developed is a public service. The way I'm going to introduce in my slides, the infrastructure should serve as a tool for the public service to reach more people, to reach everyone, for freight and for passengers. What we have to do is to measure the KPIs of each element of infrastructure to make that infrastructure have profit and last in time and reach everyone. In this presentation, I'm going to speak about three elements. It's a quick introduction because, of course, I don't want to do the spoiler for my friend Jose Soslaya. He will speak more about this, but I'm going to speak quickly about the railroad to explain what it is about and speak about legislation. Finally, some quick conclusions. This railway system in the United States, wow. Well, Mexico, we are connected to this network, and we are connected because we have a road width, track width, which is the same that was decided previously in the government. They decided to have the same width, that is 1.35 meters. This width of track allows us to have the same technical regulation. So the cars from Quebec, Calgary, Montreal, they come straight to the Mayan train of Monterrey, Puebla, Ciudad de Mexico, Guadalajara, in both ways. And this implies interesting kilometer way, as I'm going to show later. Here there is another important element. This would be the integration of North America, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. As I said, there is an exchange not only of freight cars, but there is an international technical standard for repair for the exchange. There is a common database of the amount of cars being moved through different district. So a car from Canada can be repaired in Mexico, one in Mexico can be repaired in Wisconsin, Minnesota, etc. It's a common base, an exchange of information and economic information. There is an exchange. There is a way to operate that is standardized. Something important that I skipped. There is a difference. The tracks in the United States are private ones. In Mexico, they belong to the nation. That's an important element because here they are combining two owners. First, Mexico, national heritage, and on the other hand is private companies. It's a legislation element that is important here. Just to mention the percentage of the roads from North America. What are the advantages? Of course, it's in your heads, the scale economy. I'm going to present numbers that are interesting. This is the introduction. I'm speaking about some products that move maize, cement, craft cement sheets or layers. I'm comparing three routes for Mexico. Standard fare, regulated, of course, the top tariffs by or fares. These are the columns, the distance, and notwithstanding the distance, the station, 957 kilometers, 448 kilometers. See how they change from 1800, 1.02, 0.9, 1.9, 1.2. On the other hand, we have the distance to the half. That doubles the number, 1.2, 1.9, 1.7, 2, 2.3. Then, of course, if we decrease distance in half, of course it doubles the number, the cost. So it means here, as you can see in the chart, the less distance, cost increases, but the most distance, cost drops. That is a scale economy. This is the advantage. This is interesting. If we speak about only Mexico, these are Mexico distances, 1800 kilometers, but we added hypothetical distance because in the United States the price is not regulated. Those are free tariffs or fares. To find the distance is longer. Calgary, Vancouver, we are speaking about 6,000 and 8,000 kilometers. Of course, the trend of this chart, hypothetically, would tend to zero. That's the advantage of the railroad. This was in Mexico before the concession. This is what we have in Mexico. This is a railroad. Let us speak about legislation quickly. The state is this ideal that should look for public service for everyone. These elements so that we can develop as people, as companies, as nations. It should reach everyone. Who is in charge of doing this? The government. The government is in the role to accomplish the ideal of state to reach everyone. That's what the government should do through legislation to access each of the people as a right to each of the services that should get, that is part of the state. The public role has three important elements. That was legislation, the standards, constitution, law, rules. On the other hand, we have the law that has to make, comply, and last, the executive part. When you have to decide, you have to make a decision of state, then somebody has to do it. In this case, is either the ministers, the presidents. So those are executive decisions. And within that, we have the public service utility like electricity and water, which is a right for everyone. Within that, we have transport service, which is a right, public service. Within that, there are ways to do it. It can be a concession, a permit, a license. There are different ways from the law of state to comply with their public role. The exercise of that administrative role is to comply with this mandate of states to share with the people the utilities. This is utility right. Something important, I don't know if you remember, bridge, port, infrastructure where are not used anymore as a nation. We need to ask what happened, because we are working about investment, the money that an institution lends or from the public treasury. Where is it? I have passed by places, maybe an escalator or a dock. As a nation, we need to wonder, why is it not working and delivering service? That's the right of utility within the Constitution is important. In the case of Mexico, the Constitution allows the government to have the necessary element to control the operation. So we need to plan the economy, exploit resources, use resources, and speak about the right of competency. But that is important to have it in the constitution of each country, to allow the government to be able to execute its actions. On the other hand, we have within the regulation with each of the elements where we speak about transparency, transport development, the operators, which are the companies that are concessioned, that have to show results, and they have to make sure they get to the nation. The regulation, this is fundamental for this scenario, to increase the use of the railroad. What's the use? We need to find the KPIs, whatever they are. Once the railroad development is implemented and investments, we can assess for the future with numbers the increase or the drop, decrease, but we need to use a number. Based on the number, we can define the development of use, to see the social economic development, to get to everyone. Let us value how many books have we heard yesterday. How many other people are we benefiting? That's the use benefit right. The quality and assurance of the execution of the operation of the railroad use. The government has to control the utility and control with indicators and promote this infrastructure. The infrastructure is a heritage of the nation. When the government defines how they're going to act with these railroad operators, we're going to increase the national heritage. When the government defines the different elements they are going to work with the different railroad operators, there are three. One is the offerer entity, two, the users, and there is a third one that is the railroad operator. We have two in Mexico, a concession and the assignee. Among these three, there is a symbiosis. It is important for a regulation agency to assess, increase control, and foster relationship, because it is symbiotic. That belongs to biology. There is a relationship where what happens to one is going to affect the other one. It is a virtuous circle. They will improve, increase benefit, or it could be the other way around, but there could be a symbiotic interaction. Another important element, the non-users exist. Why aren't they using the railroad system? Why? Maybe I just see a part of the coin. I need to see the other part of the coin, side of the coin. I need to foster any element of the railroad system to reach everyone. That's the goal. That's what the government should be thinking of. This is the right of use or utility. He's using utilidad in Spanish. So in the case of Mexico, there is a difference between the concessions and assignees. The concessions are companies who did an open bid they have to deliver a commercial plan, financial plan for infrastructure, and on the other hand, the allocation that defines which company of state has to offer the service. Conclusion. Legislation. It should come on behalf of a public policy. A policy of great volumes, large volumes. Next is a policy of roads, ports, a policy of railroad, and the railroad policy. The public service is not only the railroad, but in the rest, the road, the energy. The public service is one element that should be measured, that should be regulated, that should be continue under assessment through efficiency indicators to know that the plans of the public policy is reaching everyone. So infrastructure becomes a means. Simply to respect the right of everyone to receive what state gives us for our own right to simply receive the use or profit of the infrastructure to measure with the indicators. The customer is not only the user but also the new user. So the customer is not the only one, the one who pays. Anna mentioned it. It's important. A very good way to measure public railroad service is to ask the user, how was the service? How would you improve the service? There is a need for feedback on behalf of the user and the non-user that would not only state why they are not using the service because their tariff is high, there is no station close, but those are the ones who give feedback to the government to create the necessary legislation so that the right to railroad service reaches everyone. It is fundamental, the feedback. Next, this creates the right of use for everyone to value with indicators the competition, the impact in the chain of supply in cargo. And with Mexico, it is necessary to assess how the supply chain of the companies in Mexico moving products to the United States and Canada, or vice versa, how they come to every user. If they need more or an international agency, if we need to use elements to foster speed, those are important elements. Next, infrastructure increases heritage. The heritage of all. In the case of Mexico, the railroad belongs to Mexico. It is not private. It is a concession assigned to somebody. So it is an infrastructure of everyone. This is an important element. This makes the development of each of investors who are concessions. When they invest to improve with computer systems and cars with more power, more freight parks, the nation keeps it. So the government increased the railroad heritage. 1, 2, they increase the railroad public service to each of the users. It's a double play. Here is important to include the urban impact. This would be one of the things that we need to assess that I would recommend. Urban impact of the projects that the minister has shown a couple of minutes ago. There is something important. This urban impact, where it's going to go and how. What are the opportunities? What is the goal, vocation of the towns, of the mountains and the flatlands? This is fundamental. Create discussion forums. Several speakers mentioned it about information sharing to foster in the studies of railroad engineering, the minors, masters, PhDs. There is a lot to do. It's a universe. It is not a world. It's a universe for technical logistics administration. It's enormous. And speak about the railroad agency. In this case, we are speaking about the national one, and I would add the international railroad agency. As we see, Venezuela was also speaking about the railroad, and we can even go to Chile, Argentina. International agency to create this distance as the railroad belongs to everyone. We need to make it become inclusion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Paredes, coming from Mexico to share his presentation. It's a moment for a break. We invite you to have a coffee, have something, and be here back half an hour. Somebody left their glasses here, and the people from production have them. So please see the exhibit outside the room next to the coffee station for you to go over the journey of the railroad in Colombia.
Turn for agenda. Those that are outside, we invite you to come in. Please place your seats. Mute your phones.
Les contaba que encontramos unos lentes,
Glasses. We found glasses. If they're yours, please go pick them up at the reception desk. And there's a couple of bags that were forgotten.
están a salvo. Entonces, con producción pueden averiguar, pero
12 bags. They're safe. 11 bags.
listo. Bueno, estamos listos para retomar.
We're ready to continue today's agenda. Those outside, I hope you can come in. So we'll start Today's agenda, 11:30. Now a couple of housekeeping. There's 10 bags to claim, leftovers from yesterday. So many people have asked me about a book that in the panel that is music culture, one libro, a book that is called The Devil Named Train, and you can find it in bookstores such as Lerner, or you can look at it through internet. Now I'd like to remind you that this event is being transmitted live via streaming through the webpage caf.com, and we're also want to hear any opinions, comments, suggestions. Welcome through our social networks of the CAP. Follow our account, X, Instagram. So we're gonna begin with the following presentation. This is case study titled Strategic Planning and Institutional Framework for the Development of the Railways in Spain. So Javier Anibarro, expert in planning of railways from INECO. He comes from Spain to talk about this case.
Bueno, buenos días.
So good day, everyone. I'm an expert, senior expert in the area of political economy of transport, where I have worked for many years, and I also worked in the university, in the office of the ministry and the Secretary of State for Transport. So my task today is to tell you a case that I believe is parallel to the situation that I perceived Latin America and the Caribbean live through, specifically as to the railways. Approximately 35 years to the 90s, Spain's decide to renew and build a very complete railway, and now Spain leads in high-speed kilometers and in general network specifications at a European level, and you might consider that it has been done with an efficient cost, the lowest amongst their peers, so we consider it a success case, which has generated certain international interest and consultation. So in INECO, we studied here, and I'm going to present you a general overview of all of the topics that have been mentioned here since yesterday. I'm trying to highlight what are the differential aspects in Spain that might have contributed to the situation. So basically the idea is to go through our planning framework and the social and political consensus, and how responsibilities and competencies were distributed through different agencies and departments of the legal framework, and agents ecosystem and how they relate to each other in the financial framework, and how the network was developed. As to planning, there's a large consensus because planning, generally speaking, there's not a single standard as to what is good planning. International organisms, the OECD, World Bank, and other international organizations tend to define good planning standards linked with its own funding. So planning has two key issues: overcome inconsistencies and provide coherence as to decisions, and also to transcend the influence that local or short-term interests might have in something that is such long-term, such as railroad transport. And generally speaking, what is important to say is that planning is not only a technical issue, but also a social and political issue. So this is an aspect that perhaps in Spain we can highlight and present to the international community. In Spain we managed to reach a consensus. There's a sensation at the end of the 80s or in the 80s that it was necessary to develop infrastructure. There was a political change, and truth be told, this idea was actually well embedded, the fact of investing in infrastructure. I want to say that there's a political ample consensus, and this does not mean that transport infrastructure are not in a political discussion. What is worth highlighting is that doing it or not is not basically like a standard. It's standard bearer. It's generally accepted that more infrastructure is good. After having said this, how have we reached this consensus? Perhaps by the historical situation that was produced in the 80s and 90s. We left the dictatorship, and the country in general wanted to modernize and open itself, not only economically speaking, but also on the social aspect. And it was clearly understood that infrastructure, besides a useful road, is a symbolic road to reach these social purposes. During the 80s and 90s, Spain was clearly lagging in comparison to the European average in public stock that represent 40% of the European means, according to the Bank of Spain and Eurostat. And during during 1985, 25 years, and 2010, the investment in transport infrastructure went over the European mean at least 1 percentage point. That is, we invested between 3 or 4% of GDP. Figures that are close to some quoted here. It was done after 2022. After 2010, investment went down. And truth be told, with the infrastructure in spending that was quite equal to the rest of Europe. In Madrid and Sevilla, that's a high-speed rail, which was a successful case, and it generated a desire in each and every single Spanish city to have something similar. So, how do you distribute competencies? First of all, administration. I mean, Spain is infrastructure quite equivalent to a federal state, and the federal competencies is what's done. Each one does the structure that distributes with an acceptance. Each thing that is of a general interest of the state, it is important. So this means that in practice, this declaration of general interest is quite lax, and you might get it in practice because the protagonism of the central state for all of the transport system in Spain is quite large, even above the federal country's mean in the case of a railroad. almost 16,000 kilometers, which is the state's network, and they channel resources, approximately 7, and passengers. And there are certain autonomic networks that belong to local entities, but they have lesser importance. So to surmise, the state is the large protagonist of the railway, at least the interurban one. Why? Because it manages and administers a greater part of the network. Because it promotes 90% of railway investment, or the investment that is done in its own domain, and establishes technical and economic regulation as the communities, certain regional networks, approximately 500 kilometers, and then you have metro. So it's important to say that this division, clear division, does not capture the whole reality. The autonomous communities have a lobbying role. Yes, they lobby the central state in order to defend regional interests. That is the investment that the state does in each autonomous community is quite often asked by autonomous governments. Thus, it has a huge amount of political influence, and in an increasing intermodal network and more interconnected network, it's necessary to coordinate instruments such as agreements, consortia, or mixed societies. For example, to integrate railways in cities or intermodal stations or just urbanistic developments. So the legal framework, evidently we cannot review it in its totality. So we have to say that the legal framework has evolved, and the rail and its infrastructures, well, impact more laws than only the ones belonging to a specific sector. So I think it is worth distinguishing or identifying 4 large blocks of law that can have an influence, first, at least in Spain. First is the legislation of macroeconomic stability and governmental budget legislation within the economic European co-governance. Promotes certain deficit and debt path that establishes the path in which you can generate certain investment in infrastructure. The principle in Spain is the yearly principle, and there's certain rigidities here, but truth be told, we have identified ways of overcoming these issues, at least the strict application of the yearly payment. Now, legislation for the public sector. So the legislation of the public sector identifies different types of public entities. They are the ones that invest. They can be agencies, they can be business publications, they can become autonomous organisms, they can be mercantile companies. But besides this legal definition that determines the framework of governance and what they can do, for example, what public function, how much can they indebt themselves, it's also economic cataloging, and this is very important in the railway because according to the national accounting and the regulations that arise through Europe, entity that is independent, no matter whichever its legal qualification, should be interpreted by a public sector as a commercial entity. And this has certain transcendence in regards to what can be done for debt, that his accounts can actually coincide with the public sector, so it applies to them the framework of co-governance for economic stability. On the other side, we have contract legislation. Now, generally speaking, this is also harmonized with Europe. The contracts that have been used in Spain in order to develop a network. Now, the standard public works contract standard depends on how the construction is going. It is paid, and is the state or the public organism tenders and grants, and there's also service contracts, supplies contracts that have been used. Many variations have been used to get it close to a public partner partnership, but they have not been well used. We also have concessions and service concessions, but in Spain they have not been used that much. And I dare say that they haven't had success. I mean, the balance is not possible. I believe this is not solely a lesson that can be exported directly to similar circumstances, but truth be told, in Spain, we don't have innovative formulas or vanguard formulas. We've used traditional funding and instruments. And finally, there's cross-cutting legislation practice in every single domain, from environmental legislation to equity legislation, soil use legislation, competency legislation, or the expropriation legislation, and also public information. And generally speaking, as the case, as I said, and I believe it's quite a simplification, reasonably adequate. In Spain, the public, it is in the public interest to defend itself and as well defend it as comparison to other places. So an individual cannot block or generate a gridlock of development of a certain acting that's lesser. So because something is declared as public interest or as public domain, public property, so for example, certain urban plan has less capacity of impeding interest going through certain area if they're not interested, and also public information exists. But normally, there are no groups that have the capability to block certain acts. Or generally speaking, I think the framework in Spain becomes complex with the day, but does not mean a general restriction to how these public works progress. And this is one of the successes that we saw building transport infrastructure in Spain. Now we have the specific legislation. So it's a law of 2015, and what it does, it defines clearly what the general interest is. When the state or government sector says every single part of the country is interested in this, so therefore it's not an issue of an autonomous community. So it defines what is public domain. So it's a piece of property. I believe that is important because it's a type of right over a physical asset that has privilege, in the sense that that you cannot block anything. It is true that the managerial capability to generate income is much more restricted. So the law, it introduces instruments for planning and programming of for the programs, processes, acts, strategy, the adequate strategy, the agreement. It is here when we see vertical separation that happens in all of Europe, but in Spain, perhaps they have adopted more easily. And generally speaking, they introduce elements that actually are related to regulation, for example, of leases and other prices and rates that you see in the railroad network. We're going to see now an agents ecosystem in this. You'll see agents that participate. There are many, and here are some. The question is, we need to have an order that is well recognized, and more than order, we need is functionality. No. So at the top of the pyramid we have the Ministry of Transport and Sustainable Mobility. Here is the technical regulation is important as to the purview of it, and also provides greater part of the funding that is driven through ADIF, but they are at the end of the day public resources. So I believe there is an agenda which is a huge safety issue because they have specific all to take care of transport issues. And within this railroads issue, there's also one, and it works because it's independent. It's independent. It's totally armored as to the way they defend their neighbors. And then we have within the railroad network, because we see the vertical separation, we differentiate between the level of managers in infrastructure. Here we have to see that in Colombia there's two infrastructure managers, which is called ADIT and ADIF at high speed. But we have to say that this separation is a little bit more tellable. And the basic governments are the same, and everything works in an integrated fashion. So in my opinion, this is basically like what should be a good or bad bank. So when the financial crisis arrived, well, in order to avoid receiving toxic assets to contaminate all the activities of financial entities, so we opt to separate the entity and generate a spin-off, and that was good. Well, the works as a market entity thanks to the fact that it has a huge amount of operational license, and this allows us to issue debts directly, something that Adif mentioned cannot do. Something that I believe is important is that these two bodies have an important level of efficiency. For example, just measure employees per kilometer managed. And in the second level, we have operators. The traditional operator is Renfe. Renfe is also a group, and it has many companies, particularly in relation to passengers and merchandise, and in both segments, in passengers and merchandise or cargo, it works as a competition. And there's private operators linked to logistical operators or to other operators, and there's some other operators, regional ones, and also metros. We have 6 large metro systems and 13 including tramways, and even more is worth highlighting the private sector and civil society throughout the whole value chain. It has an important role to play because it is quite important. In Spain there's a large consultancy sector or cluster. I mean, we all know who they are. We know it doesn't matter. They generate lots of activity in foreign countries. We also have large construction companies that sometimes try to manage infrastructure, although in Spain not that much anymore. They rather execute works. So there's a railroad industry from all of the systems of identification technology, and especially there is 2 rolling stock builders. So in technology there is like 400 companies registered within an electronic platform that had access to the Spanish railway network, and behind all of that there's a human capital. I mean, we are pleased, and basically it is an association that has many engineers in Spain, and I also well recognized internationally. Now quickly, so first of all we're going to see what is the environment in which we move around. Let's say that if we see the modes of transport that are existing, so we try to deal with the little magnitudes which are basically economic, we see that the GDP, unemployment, clearly the road is the one that dominates. The railway has a lower participation, and in employment, however, you are leader in public investment, and this is the investment of the central administration. This contracts to something with the magnitudes of traffic where you like to highlight the road and the railway because it has a strong presence. At least 7% of travel or miles in no travel, but it doesn't have that much presence in cargo at an international level. This means that the Spanish railway can improve its profitability because there are no success narratives that can be placed that can go by increasing the number of users. This is the one that crystallizes. I mean, don't assume it, but this crystallizes. They show you do. This is the investment of public investment of Spain in the last 20 years. Now you can see the green line is investment in the tramway. Is in a broad sense. It's not the same thing that are accounted for in national accounting because. So this is the accounts of the ministry, but you can see that there's a huge effort behind it. You find 10 billion that are well invested in trying to renew the network. So how have we done this? Is basically well to remember what is the problem of funding for infrastructure, generally speaking. Is a double problem. Now, in the initial part of building, we have to enter into many expenses. Part of an investment in building. And when we put a service, we generate investment of any nature, and that income can help you to fund. And so this is a third perspective of what is called accumulate funding for initial expenses. And the generation of payment, so there's funding and there's two broad strokes of it. And in Spain, you see that the accumulation of posts comes from the budget of the states that is fed of taxpayers and also from European taxpayers. The state does not directly basically transmits funds from different ways to ADIF. It is they're the ones that execute with those monies as provided by the state and with the money that the state provided, and also in some cases where the private owners even have debt. Now, generally, you could say that in the historical perspective, the European funds have been able to fund at least more than 20% the great railway renewal in Spain, call it that. And they could also, each year, these figures change. And there you have lots of no's, they have lots of no's. But I believe that idea is the correct one. Now, basically, viewing everything from a long-term perspective, I think it's decreasing. The initial phase, the participation of European funds was much larger. Now, what about the debt? We have to take into account that both of these have a debt of 20,000 billion euros, which most of it is the European Bank of Investment, and NIF has issued something, but it's just a debt that does not provide a guarantee to the state, but at the end of the day, the state is behind it. And finally, as to private investment in the large infrastructure fund, if there is investment in certain ancillary facilities. As to now, the greater part comes from the users that have been working at both levels. Vertical separation you can combine both levels. In the first level, in order to manage infrastructure, they receive the cannons of the railway operators, a huge amount of boxes, but it's basically just using infrastructure, and this represents 2,500 million euros per year. And what about the installments? And there's a certain regulation at the beginning is that their intention is that they should only cover direct resources. There is no need to recover the whole investment made into infrastructure through the cannons, because the European law, that is compared to the Spanish law, can charge more to any segment that is allowed to receive a higher price. Well, I mean, the leases are quite regulated. Those are regulated bases, and finally, they put prices for the users and also transport companies, so they can actually try to understand a regime of freedom of the market with control. It is true that besides this, and this is basically determined by certain services that are declared public services, basically close and middle distances. Here we have a deficit, technical tariff, and the real one does not generate a deficit, and this is covered by the state through a certain contract and Renfe for many years, 7 years, no, 6 years. So afterwards you see income that comes from surplus value in commercial operations. Now finally, there's 2 slides as to the development of the network. So there's certain milestones, quite standardized at every single place. Now let's start with an informative study that has certain pre-feasibility, cost-benefit part, definition of alternatives, also estimation of the global cost of an act, and assessment, which is the very important study that's highly technical. Afterwards we have the constructive model. It is important to differentiate, and the project is in charge of the DIF, in fact. And if once we approve this project, we need to see if there's funding, and it could be done through a pluriannual covenant to bring psychosis. And you have seen that the budget is like that, and that it changed quite a lot. So finally, it funds a DIF, it pays a DIF, it certifies a DIF, and they execute it. And finally, after it's been commissioned, well, a DIF is in charge that it all takes place harmoniously in all of this process. If everything goes well, like between 10 to 12 years. Some keys that in effect that can be cheaper, or much more cheaper than any other country. First place, leadership in the public sector. Leadership which is a financial muscle but also technical muscle. Capability of interlocution, somebody that backs the project up. And I mean, funding is clear. Funding is clear because this policy, and nobody political option in Spain will go against railways. And they've chosen standard contracts and standard funding contract, and this means there's a small funding, and this allows now to be clear. To generate many contracts of small dimension, you need to allow yourself it, and generally speaking, DIF basically allowed themselves that because they had the technical capabilities to do so, of interlocution. And the small contracts, generally speaking,
They have less systemic risk. One can fail, but not necessarily affects all the development of the action. It has less incentive for arbitration. You're going to find again the one you're going to send to the court. There's certain flexibility. There is balance. We've heard the English spent more in the definition. In the Spanish tradition in general, there was capability in the stage of execution to assume issues. The definition of the definition stage is balanced. So the execution, there is power balance, knowledge balance, and negotiation tools, balance between the parts. To finish, I believe the lessons learned of the Spanish case could result useful, and the political and social consensus that is not a wonderful world of avoiding disputes, but that it is rooted in the society to build infrastructure. An institutional framework, functional legal framework, without unnecessary impediment, human capital that is powerful, public funding with a cleared horizon for an efficient execution. Thank you very much.
Mil gracias al señor Aníbal.
Thank you very much, Aníbal, for his intervention. Next, we're going to have our first conversation panel called Projects Adapted to the Needs of Society. For that, we're going to invite to stage the moderator, Hector Varela, Senior Specialist of Transport in CAF. Together with him, the following panelists whom I invite to join Hector: Mario Fontalvo, Cluster Initiative of Logistics and Mobility of Bogota region of the Chamber of Commerce; Joyce Argudas, Manager of Project of the Costa Rican Institute of Railroad; Orlando Santiago Celi, Manager of the Regional Railroad Company of Cundinamarca; Juan Tejera, National Director of Railroad Transport of Uruguay. You can take a seat. Marcos Vinicius Abreu Sousa Vasconcelos, Manager of Project of the National Secretary of Railroad Transport of the Ministry of Transport of Brazil. The conversation is about adapted projects to the needs of the society, and I leave Hector, the moderator, with the use of the word to explain times. You will have the stopwatch for you to use time correctly. Thank you very much. Welcome to the panel. This panel, as we said, deals on how to adapt projects to the demand of the society, the industry, productive sectors, social sectors, how we can identify the needs to later transfer them to the railroad systems that we're going to develop. Apart from being an honor to moderate the panel, it will be a challenge because of the affluence. And apart from a difficulty, it is also diversity with representatives of Colombia, Costa Rica, Brazil, Uruguay, regional sectors, private sector. So it will enrich the conversation. to reflect on how can we ensure that railroad projects are aligned to the social, economic, territorial needs. How can we identify those needs, the current ones and the future ones, foreseen in the development plans, and how can they be translated in specific projects when we formulate them? Well, we have talked about belonging, multimodal, territorial planning, and articulation of all involved actors. Welcome. It's a pleasure to count on you. I'd like to start the conversation on the claimant of services. I would like to ask Mario Fontalvo, the Chamber of Commerce, that has started the initiative of the Cluster of Mobility Region in the Chamber of Commerce, to ask him, in this case, the study that you have carried out, the approach you think are necessary to map the territorial needs, specifically to what has to do with the productive areas that you have analyzed. First instance, thank you very much for the moderation of the panel. CAF and the Ministry of Transport, that has allowed us to have the possibility to share the experience from the Chamber of Commerce to the Cluster of Mobility. We have developed around the railroad transport to empower the corridor with enormous opportunities, such as the Bogota corridor, 157 active kilometers that still have development opportunities in terms of distribution of cargo and freight. From the role I have in the chamber of the logistics cluster, will shine lights as for the approach. We in our cluster have understood this intervention, particularly for the railroad transport, goes beyond understanding the economic activities of the corridor. In that order of ideas, one of the methodologies we have implemented has been to create scenarios of strategic segmentation of business. It has allowed us to migrate from a view of economic activity to a model where we have different actors or stakeholders. This perspective of clusters has allowed us to have three big approaches for railroad approach, transport, from different perspectives, looking for the shared value where not only we create business, but we have significant impact. In that regard, together with Colombia Productiva, through the program Encadena, we have developed an exercise with 5 experts to carry out the service. We have found a great opportunity strengthening productive chain, mainly those small providers, service providers and vendors, to help strengthen the corridor. Currently, we say that 55,000 tons are transported annually through this corridor. The corridor has a capacity of 1,500,000 tons, so it's a great opportunity. The study has allowed us to be able to determine that the demand is not limited to project freight volumes. To use an example, Hostory that are using this railroad corridor, they produce around 3 million tons a year. It's a projection that could be 400,000 tons annually. Ideas to adapt the services that this transport requires. Thank you very much. No doubt, identifying the needs is fundamental to project proper railroad service. Moving on with the identification of the needs. To promote a proper railroad service, I'd like to ask Arley, as director of the railroad system in Uruguay, and has activated solidly the freight railroad system that is an improvement of the central corridor in Uruguay. As Stupiñán said, I'd like to ask which are the key questions that you're asking yourselves to identify the needs and opportunities of cargo transport in Uruguay when you reactivate the railroad transport? Thank you very much for the question beforehand. I'd like to appreciate CAF and the Ministry of Transport of Colombia to come to this important forum that is leaving important elements to mark relevance of the railroad system in Latin America. I hope it is the first of many efforts to foster this. I understand within the framework of a design of a railroad system, there are key aspects that should be taken into account first, even though it doesn't seem so obvious. We need to orient ourselves in all stages of the design, and it is key to define beforehand the goals of the project. Then, to be clear on the demand, not only to carry out studies of the current demand, but also future load of projection of demand, passengers and freight, and see the volumes of trends of movement, infrastructure and services. On the other hand, to define the optimal route and the environmental considerations to be taken into account, assess the use of soil, the geography, topography, possible environmental restrictions to be found for the project, and social. This is a relevant element. Then the kind of technology and infrastructure set up to be defined for the project to serve the demand and services planned. For example, if it's a cargo or passenger train, if they need energy or the width of the road, control and signs, safety technology, all these elements will provide with efficiency when you design and execute the project. Afterwards, logically, something that we have heard in these instances have to do with wondering the estimate sources of financing, of funding, to carry out financial analysis, including the construction costs, maintenance of operation, to define the funding sources, taking into account the context of each administration of each country. Of course, to assess the impact of the project in the communities and the environment, it is clear to identify the possible social and environmental aspects, and of course, to define mitigation measures that after the advance of the project will create important saving when we have foreseen all these without taking measures during the execution of the project afterwards. Other important aspect has to do with how we integrate the project with other transport modes according to the regional urban mode, according to what we have heard in other presentations that had to do with the intermodality of the transport. We need to bear this in mind and plan and integrate the project to the existing services. That's really important. to maximize the results. Then study correctly the regulation and legal aspects to bear in mind. Regulations, technical standards, permits that could affect the design and the construction, at least, is a relevant element. Also to consider the operation plan, management and maintenance, because the necessary strategies should be defined to guarantee the continuity of the services and provide with sustainability in terms of operation and update. Last, I believe it is important to be clear on the timeline for the execution, the stages and the implementation that the project will require, to set up on a clear manner to ensure an efficient and orderly execution of the project. Thank you very much for this presentation of the fundamental elements to take into account the design of the railroad system. In this regard, I'd like to ask Marcos Vinicius de Abreu, project manager from Brazil, a country of the region with a greater contribution in the cargo transport. I'm sure that he can shine some light on, when we analyze the demand of a railroad product, what are the considerations to take into account. And I will ask in Portuguese. I'll try to translate the best possible. He's speaking Portuguese. Which are the key questions to conceive a railroad project? Okay, so he doesn't speak Spanish. I'm sorry, I cannot translate from Portuguese.
Do meu amigo Hector.
Vou tentar.
A primeira pergunta a ser respondida, né, como Ferreira falou, é a questão da demanda. Então, a gente primeiro precisa analisar se o projeto realmente tem uma demanda. A gente não pode analisar sobre um aspecto político, sobre um aspecto ali de querer fazer o bem para uma população específica em detrimento da outra, mas a primeira questão que a gente precisa analisar é sobre a demanda. Existe realmente demanda para aquele transporte? Como o Hector falou de manhã, os projetos ferroviários do Brasil, em sua maioria, eles são de transporte de cargas. Então, o transporte de cargas ele não traz ali um benefício imediato para aquela população. Então, por isso é necessário que nós pensemos para além da demanda, como o Mário falou, nosso colega, é preciso que a gente analise quais são os benefícios sociais e ambientais que serão trazidos por aquele projeto.
Comenta Marcos.
I think you have understood from his Portuguese, so I think it's not necessary to translate. He's saying
Perdão. Então, vou continuar. A primeira questão, então, é se a gente saber se tem a demanda. A segunda questão é a gente ver quais seriam os impactos sociais e ambientais daquele projeto. Então, com relação à questão social, a gente tem que analisar porque no Brasil existem situações em que nós passamos com a linha ferroviária em municípios que são afastados. Então, o que acontece? Às vezes a gente tem um município que tem 5, 6 mil habitantes. De repente, a gente implanta um canteiro de obras lá que vai ficar ali durante 2 anos com aproximadamente 3 mil pessoas trabalhando. Então, durante isso, a economia da sociedade muda, aquela ali tem geração de emprego, tem geração de renda, demanda pelo comércio, demanda por novas habitações. E, de repente, o que acontece quando aquele trecho é concluído? 3 mil, a cidade tinha 5 mil pessoas, passa a ter 8, e de um dia para a noite volta a ter 5. O que é feito com essa sociedade? Então, é muito interessante que a gente pense nisso, e nesses canteiros, muitas vezes, eles já são concebidos para que, quando a empresa for embora, esses canteiros possam servir como os bens públicos, que seriam isso, como escolas, hospitais. Então, assim, desde a concepção do projeto, a gente já pensa em como ele vai entrar naquela sociedade e como ele vai sair. Para além disso, a gente precisa pensar também no aspecto ambiental. E o aspecto ambiental vai ser como que aquela ferrovia ela vai atuar com relação àquela sociedade que está ali implantada. Porque, embora o projeto ferroviário ele seja sustentável, mas a sua implantação ela é complexa. Porque para você fazer uma ferrovia que vai utilizar ali 5, 10 metros, na implantação dela, a faixa de domínio às vezes chega a 100 metros. Então é necessário que a gente pense também como que a implantação daquele projeto vai acontecer do ponto de vista social. E, logicamente, do ponto de vista econômico, a gente precisa analisar se aquele projeto ele vai ser viável economicamente ao longo do tempo. Só que, com relação a esse aspecto econômico, a gente está com uma inovação no Brasil. E está em estudos, já foi apresentado à sociedade, agora no ano passado, esse ano, que é da gente licitar um projeto que tenha gap de viabilidade. O que é isso? É quando a gente estuda, vê que o recurso necessário para a implantação ele não é suficiente para pagar a operação durante 30, 40 anos. E nesses casos, como que a gente faz? A gente verificou que tem projetos que, embora economicamente eles não sejam totalmente viáveis, porque teriam esse gap de viabilidade, o Estado vê que ele tem um ganho social muito grande. Nesse caso, o que acontece? A gente vai fazer a licitação e, vamos dizer que o projeto tem um gap de viabilidade, o Estado vai entrar com essa parte necessária para que o projeto seja economicamente viável e interessante para as empresas, o privado executá-lo.
Muchísimas gracias. Creo que se lo ha entendido perfectamente.
Thank you very much. I think you have understood perfectly. You have mentioned the positive and negative impact when analyzing the needs of the project and try to improve the positive impacts and mitigate the negative one, environmental and social ones. Thank you very much, Marcus. Moving on with the panelists, I'd like to ask Orlando Santiago Celi of Cundinamarca how the minister have mentioned they are leading big impact, large impact goals, projects of territorial development and cargo transport. As the minister said, she mentioned her interest and her commitment to the projects being developed. I'd like to know, from the point of view of a regional railroad project, how do you do for the project to meet the needs of the society, either future and present? How do you do to define your ambitious projects? Thank you, Hector, for the introduction. Initially, appreciation to CAF and Ministry of Transport to bear also in mind the Department of Cundinamarca for this event and more in this experience of Latin America. So tell you a bit that the national government has thought of these economic reactivation as how the Department of Cundinamarca has been in line with that for these years. So we have had the marvelous task of structuring and carrying out the project that will be the first line of the short way train or the tram, the structuring that has existed for years and Now to place it where it is now, it's an important and difficult task. We've had to carry out an important hard work. So from a point of view, how to ensure that the project will provide with the benefits that we have foreseen. It needs engineering, technical work, calculation, but we have an advantage since it is the first line. We think of a current demand that this project has asked for years. So the project has ensured the demand because we have been delayed in the project, but we have seen that we are in the execution in order to achieve it. That's what we have answered. Upon the future beneficiaries of the project, let us remind that this project will connect 4 municipalities that are close to Bogota, with Bogota coming to the center of capital, connecting the center with the first metro line that is being executed. 4 municipalities adding more than 600,000 people who permanently need to connect to Bogota. That recently, since we progressed in the project, it has created an interaction from Bogota to the municipalities, because a lot of the industrial zones that cannot be built in Bogota are being built around in the outskirts of Bogota. It's a project that is not only a train of the surroundings coming to Bogota, but a Bogota that needs to travel to these municipalities. So this project has shown more and more that it will provide with the result of an improved connectivity for an area that is so much needed. And for the ones who are not from Bogota, a trip of a person from those municipalities in order to get to Bogota can take almost 3 hours on traditional vehicles. With this project, we want to drop time to 1 hour from end to end in these 40 kilometers. How to guarantee in this initial project that we're going to meet the need, well, with the technical railroad designs that we have implemented, the best technology, a project with advance of 30% that will show in 2027 start of operation will provide with benefits. So as a governance of Cundinamarca, we are aligned to the national government in this bet for railroad reactivation, that we are leading with complete projects that are looking to meet the needs and the benefits that have been claimed every day as a community. Thank you very much. No doubt it will be a success. This project will have a great demand from the beginning. I'm sure that on its design, something important has been the design of stations. I'd like to know your opinion. She is manager of a project of Costa Rica Railroad. How can we make this railroad station to be strategic nodes? How can we favor the dynamics of the city and reflect the identity and the needs of the urban roads or tracks when designed? Thank you very much, Hector, for the moderation of the panel. I'd like to appreciate the Minister of Transport of Colombia and CAF for the invitation to participate in this forum for the railroad reactivation. Costa Rica is also in this sector. We share that nostalgia about of previous railroad we used to have, we had almost 566 kilometers of railroad ways connecting the Caribbean and the center of the country with the Pacific. We had almost the interoceanic connection with railroad. We had the railroad to the Pacific completely with energy. All that we have lost all that infrastructure step by step. Since 2007, there was an interest to recover the rights to the ways that were not in use. We had an institution that closed in the 90s, and it opened again later. So they wanted to recover those spaces for the right of road, and they took operations against in the passenger transport, but the lines originally were not designed for the passenger transport. That recovery happened in the central metropolitan area, dedicated solely to the transport of passengers. We today have 3 strategic projects that mean the recovery of the 2 lines to the ports of Atlantic and Pacific, and the project of the electric train of passengers of the metropolitan area, which is a territory where 76% of the Costa Rican population lives and connects the 4 main cities and provinces. That is Aranjuela, Heredia, San Jose, Cartago. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister mentioned that the project has had all the stages. We have been for many years in the planning process. It has gone through all stages, but sometimes they say it doesn't go over the paper. We have the interest to move forward the project. And regarding the stations, as you said, there are 2 fundamental actors. One is think of the location where they have to be located, these spaces, to be inclusive and allow access of the people. I'm going to mention one case. In the restructuring of the project of passengers, the current situation of the operation in the city of Arajuela is located a bit away, a kilometer away from the city. It's a line that moves the least passengers. Not everyone will walk for more than a kilometer. It is not close to anything. Our trip pattern in all cities is a radial concentric pattern. So all cities or communities get together in the center of the city. If the people are far away, a bit more than a kilometer, we don't have that function anymore. So exchange nodes should be strategic from the point of view of connectivity to reflect the urban identity. But the economic development from the design, we could think of the points with all the abilities and enablers for service, not only trade but services for users. And this exchange nodes and the design should be seen not only as passing points. The train will come and take passengers in and out, on and off, but living spaces. They should be thought from the design that are linked
to the link to pedestrian flows, above all following the mobility pyramid. Pedestrian flows, last kilometer routes, and also think in the opportunity that we have to integrate these points with real estate market and red network. how to integrate these stations within areas that have the potential for real estate development that, as we saw yesterday, the sector perhaps can contribute quite a lot to fund the railway system. Another important point, besides the location, is to consider whether or not the integration with the other modes of transport. And we're going to have to do this from the planning of the project by thinking on the design, the planning, the pre-investment and design under the principle of intermodality, physical intermodality, tariff intermodality, operational intermodality, and intermodality with information. So the user needs to be able to have access to infrastructures and the famous BOT, infrastructure oriented towards transport, and not necessarily do we have to integrate the public network with the rail network in the same place, like in the case of Arajuela. We took it to the center. It's not right next to the main bus station. It's 200 meters far from the main bus station. It's close to one of the main parks that we have in the city. But yes, to incentivize that physical connectivity for people. And for this we can employ tools in order to integrate tariffs, such as single payment cards, information platforms for each and every single user to be able to have that information widely available, not only for the train, but every single means of transport. So I believe that that is the most important thing. And to generate this integration, intermodal integration, we'd like to have a national authority. We are a national authority, but for railways, perhaps it'll be very important to have a national transport authority where we could make decisions in mobility pertaining each and every single means of transport. Thank you very much for the recommendation. Without a doubt, this is aligned with everything that we have mentioned these days, and that intermodality and that connection with other means of transport in the case of the passengers is very important. And to have a perspective from the point of view of cargo, I'd like to ask Walibe, how can we ensure the integration with other means of transport? So I'm going to ask you to be brief, because I believe we are all hungry now. I'm going to ask just short answers, please. So this is a topic that for us in Uruguay is vital, because as yesterday was mentioned in certain opportunities, we are actually starting a very ambitious railway project that seeks, amongst other things, to potentialize national and regional logistics and generate in Uruguay a logistical hub for the southern corn as point of entry of cargo, entry and exit point for many other countries. Not that they do it, but we understand that we have a very important potential. So for us to integrate the different types of transport and have a multimodal logistics, it's essential, because besides this we have an issue of scales. It's a very small country, and for the railway to contribute to multimodality is very important. And I believe that's the first thing, and the fundamental is to plan and build infrastructure that allows this intermodality, stations, terminal nodes, points of transfer, obviously with connections to ports, roads, and airports that are installed and located strategically in order to reduce the times and the costs of these transfers. And afterwards, I believe that we have to work in the collaboration between authorities, operators, and actors, key actors within the system, in order to define routes, schedules, capabilities, and procedures that ensure that there is a totally integrated operation and they can really maximize the efficiency that multimodality contributes. Another key aspect is regulations and standards, common standards amongst different means of transport, and also everything related to transport and logistics. Above all, thinking, I believe it is important to think in the intermodality above all at a regional level. In customs, for example, and many times they condition the movements of cargo in between countries. And afterwards, I just mentioned in the topics of information systems, we need platforms, digital platforms, that allows us in real time to coordinate cargo movements, and the relationship with different modules is quite relevant. So logically, an incentives policy in order to favor and promote any intermodality policy, and this is quite relevant, and to work in training and managing talent, because we also need to have enough personnel that is well trained in order to actually use all of these intermodal systems to their best. And then something quite relevant is to have the capability of being able to have flexible operations that are adaptable, and this requires systems that can adapt to changes, above all changes in demand and new technologies, take into account the dynamism that economies of today have, as well as international markets, and adapt to these new changes of demand. New regulatory frameworks and requirements is quite relevant in order to ensure that a system is resilient. And thank you very much for your response. Well, not so brief. Marcus, can you talk about this, how to ensure integration with other means of transport? Another interesting experience for Brazil in this regard. I'm sorry, they are speaking in Portuguese.
E não especificamente de passageiros, ele deve ir além do aspecto econômico. Ele deve considerar o ganho social que aquele projeto vai ter em relação aos demais. Como a gente tem recursos finitos a serem aplicados, inclusive de financiamento, a gente tem que escolher aquele que seja o que traga mais benefícios para a sociedade. Então, como que a gente vai fazer isso? A gente vai analisar como que aquele projeto ele se insere naquele ambiente. Como que a gente pensa? No Brasil, o transporte ferroviário, ele é basicamente, o transporte ferroviário de cargas, ele é basicamente no sentido de exportação, seja para transportar minério e produtos agrícolas rumo ao porto. Então, quando a gente pensa, inicialmente, a gente pensa a integração ferrovia-porto. Então, nisso, a gente tem que ter sistemas desenvolvidos para que a carga possa chegar rapidamente, ocorra um desembaraço rápido e que a gente não perca tempo com isso. Só que, para além disso, a gente tem que pensar em como que a gente vai desenvolver toda aquela região afetada por aquele transporte. Então, a gente tem que olhar quais são as principais características dos demais modos de transporte que afetam aquela operação. Então, a gente tem que pensar na capilaridade do transporte rodoviário, porque ele é capaz de pegar a carga lá na fazenda e trazer para o hub de carga. Ele pode ir buscar a carga nos locais mais longínquos, onde a ferrovia não pode chegar. Então, a gente tem que pensar nesses hubs de instalação para que aconteça a carga e depois na integração com o porto marítimo. Só que, para além disso, a gente ainda pode pensar na conexão também com hidrovias. Como eu estava conversando ontem com o meu amigo Alberto, que está ali, meu amigo Alberto, que eu conheci ontem. É muito importante também o desenvolvimento que as hidrovias trazem para as regiões. porque as hidrovias elas são capazes de chegar em comunidades que até hoje, no século XXI, não tem energia elétrica, não tem água potável. Então, quando a gente pensa num transporte ferroviário, seja de produto agrícola, seja de minério de ferro para exportação, ao desenvolver toda aquela cadeia logística, a gente, quando coloca uma hidrovia que vai encontrar ali comunidades ribeirinhas que não são atendidas, elas também podem ser desenvolvidas quando a gente cria ali caminhos que vão passar barcos, com materiais, que vão passar barcos com combustível, que vão passar barcos com produtos alimentícios.
Muito obrigado. Tenía
So I had many more questions, but I believe time is up. Some related to coordination between institutions. But I'm just gonna ask one person to answer it to finish this panel. Mr. Orlando, the secret to achieve that coordination, interinstitutional one, regional one, national one, that I'm sure from many environments people perceive it with certain envy to be able to do that. So I've been the chosen one, marvelous for this. That easy question, very ironic. So the first thing I want to say is that alignment that we've seen about railway reactivation from the national government and the departmental government is something that has been rolling for a couple of years, and this generates better synergies. It starts due to something fundamental for us, is to have a project that has been funded 70% by the nation, 30% by the departmental government. That has started in recent years to align each and every entity of the state in order to drive that project forward. Now it's the first, or found the first train that basically encompasses the areas near the capital, allows us to overcome important milestones, for example, an environmental license as demanded by the government for a project whose greater benefit was environmental due to the fact that it was being available, but with the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of the Environment of last year, we adjusted a regulation that allowed us to make that environmental licenses process more agile, and the projects that will continue, such as Valle del Cauca, our second regional train that we hope to get it. It's 15 kilometers of another line of Cundinamarca. We're going to have that greatly forward, and whether that institutionally we have achieved in each of the elements go aligning ourselves between the national government, departmental, and even municipal one in order to have a project that is actually quite new for all of us. Outer city limits train. And then this was achieved because it's something that we wanted to do, from funding to the benefits that everyone desired with this rain reactivation, and added a little bit with the community you already have, because they're asking for the project, screaming for it, but at the same time there are demands. I mean, why the delays, why is it not reality? So we have used a strategy, and so whomever knew about this topic for 30 years, and the Metro Medellin, it has accompanied us to make people love the project from the get-go, even before it was built. And they, with their metro culture, showed us what was the way, and we put our great culture model to convince people to love their own metro. So we created our own culture to align all of the actors. And here we have public and private actors, companies, communities, united in a single future operation, where we have a co-responsibility of future users, has given us good news as to how the project is advancing. And to surmise how the private sector and the institutional sector have managed to unite this train and will in trains for the future with this reactivation. Thank you very much for this great success case. And I only like to thank your participation and also the public.
Y no se vayan todavía.
Don't leave yet because we need to have an official photo for this panel, please. While they take the photo, I just wanted to tell you that now it's time for lunch. No mistake here, so we're gonna go to eat lunch. Please never forget, take your personal belongings, your computers, your purses, and come back. Whomever needs support in the translation devices outside, there's a cabin for you to pick them up. Grab your devices because we're going to have a couple of conferences in English. Back here, 2 here.
Es libre, hay varios sitios muy cercanos al hotel donde pueden comer cosas muy ricas. Los estaremos esperando aquí a las 2 de la tarde, y a quienes siguen nuestra transmisión por la página web de la CAF, les recordamos que volvemos a enlazarnos a partir de las 2 de la tarde. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Christian Rincon here to the scenario. He's an expert in digitization from Deutsche Bank, and he is our next panelist. So, after lunch, we're going to hear his interesting presentation. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, the Ministry and CAF, for inviting us to this space to talk about digitization. So, I know it's a hard time of the day. We all came back from lunch, and I see you sleeping or yawning. Hey, don't worry, I know it's not the topic, but the hour. So then, I'm gonna talk about digitization, and I'm gonna focus mainly or specifically of digital twins applied to railway systems and how this can be applied to the management of railway assets, and a case study for Latin America. And for this, what we want to present first of all is a certain set of figures, and I'm going to emphasize on them beyond the operation. I mean, Deutsche Bank is a railway company in Germany, 100% owned by the government, and it's a company that moves around 4 million passengers per day and 1 million metric tons per day. But beyond that, I'm going to focus on the figures of the infrastructure that it has. 5,070 stations, 33,000 kilometers of railway, 25,000 bridges, and many more tunnels. So just keep in mind these figures, because it is here where lies the importance of the topic, and where the important challenge lies. Many here that have relations with the EU are aware or have heard through the news the important challenges of the railway system in Germany, and well, this to a greater extent the government and Deutsche Bank have contributed or have generated different strategies to overcome these adversities, and one of these, or one of the initiatives that the government and the company has tried to actually implement is digitization. Within that digitization, that is, I'm going to focus on a specific component, which basically is digital twins. Why digital twins? Focused on how we can improve the management of assets in the life cycle, under life cycle, and how we can use this as a tool to migrate towards predictive maintenance models, and also how can we make our operation more efficient. What is a railway asset? I mean, all of you are experts, right? Even more than I. So I'm not going to enter into detail. I'm just going to mention that when we talk about railway assets, we talk about the rolling stock, the lineal assets. I mean, the railway, everything that is there, and installations. And an asset that is quite relevant right now, and perhaps we forget, is technological assets or digital assets. And this that you see here on the screen is the model that Deutsche Bank has actually formed as to the management of digital assets, and how the physical assets integrate amongst themselves and communicate amongst themselves through a technological infrastructure of data that allows us to take information in real time from our assets and be aware of those assets and make decisions as to regards those assets in real time, and as well optimize any maintenance process. So how do we perceive this in a way that is more schematic, and segregating data in a way that in a way that they're classified and ordered. So at the beginning, we talk about a primary process, for example, the first layer of data, and all that layer of data that come directly from the assets themselves. So I'm talking about that come from rolling material or from the road or from the stations. And after that, all of those data related to the assets. For example, maintenance manuals, operation manuals. There you're going to see data sheets, blueprints, and geographical information. Correlated with the physical assets. And third, we talk about a third layer of data which comes from third-party sources. And it includes climate information for maintenance process, and normally are consumed by third parties. What do you pretend? Well, you want to consume all of that in a way that is decentralized under integrated data protocols that will allow me to optimize these processes in order to achieve efficiencies and costs. And at the end of the day, what I want to achieve with this is basically just improving the reliability and the feasibility of my assets. That's what at the end of the day will improve my KPIs or my asset management indicators, and through that optimization that I'm searching for through digitization. So what's digital twins in the management of railway assets? So just to give a little bit of a context of its importance. There's a series of generic data as to why is it relevant. So we mentioned that on average 38% of the operational costs will go towards maintenance costs. On average, the use life of the railway assets is approximately from 25 to 40 years, and on average in Europe they invest 40,000 euros per kilometers in road maintenance. Just an average. Just to give a general context about the relevance of this topic. So why do we want to do this? Because generally speaking, we are coming from a reactive model. And what's a maintenance reactive model? Something that we Colombians know very well. We wait for things to break in order to replace it until it just reaches or lets go of its last leg. So what do we want to do? We want to turn into a predictive maintenance model. And this leads to a much more stable financial model, which allows us to reduce the costs and operation and maintenance costs throughout time. That's what we want in order to have a stable curve in time. So today many of the offices and we've gone from working from the case systems, that is the BIM methodology and computer design, and we're working in collaborative systems, and this has opened the door in order to have digital representations of our assets. And having that digital representations of our asset opens up a door, a huge opportunity in terms of asset management. So what do I need there? In order to break with asset management, we need three main components. One, a strategy. We need to establish a BIM strategy in order to manage the assets. We need to set up a digital twin and work it. And we need to train the human component. We need to train people, change processes, and how people relate to this new digital environment. Now, the process can be seen or surmised in this way. It begins with a strategy. There's a collection of gathering of data, and therefore there's a creation of a digital twin. There's a connection with different data sources, and afterwards we start to manage that digital twin. So how can we see such a strategy? Generally speaking, the BIM strategy for this, the one or the main approach is basically the management of the assets, where we prioritize fast and effective access to information. The second component is information analytics. So the idea is to be able to access that information in order to include analytical layers, either through AI, machine learning, all of the techniques that we have right now for data analytics. And the third layer, which is a sustainability layer, not only in environmental components, but also in the broader sense of the word. That is environmental, economic, and financial in this project. Now, collecting data. So many have asked themselves, when we see a case for pre-existing systems, if we already have a system of 100 years ago, like the case of Germany, where we have roads that are 180 years old, and obviously they were not born with a digital representation, but rather today we have very powerful tools in order to digitize assets. So we have two options then. Either the project is born in a digital environment, as many well know today, the Bogota Metro, with the previous lines or previous infrastructure, can also be digitized with different techniques such as drones, point loads. And then they proceed to create a digital twin, and that digital twin is, as you can see on the screen, is a BIM model, BIM model, but it's called digital twin because it has a surname there. I mean, it is structured in a way that it works for asset management. I mean, every single BIM model used during the design process, not all are useful for asset management. Not all BIM models or BIM models are the same. When you build a model, a BIM model, with the purpose of managing their assets, that model is going to turn into a digital model. That is, I'm going to integrate information that is relevant to asset management, and I'm going to generate this example over here. And afterwards, the next component is the connection. The connection is basically so we can actually use all of the potential of digital representation, is to be able to connect different sources of data, as I was explaining, and this is a data integration process which is enabled by the digital twin. I mean, it's a much more simpler way of navigating through the assets information. And later we're going to see with the case study, but in a conventional system, we have many systems. A system for asset management, we have SCAS systems, document management system, and an infinity of other information systems. That the digital twin has a specific function. It compiles all of that information as if it were a large library, but that library, instead of I having to use codes to navigate it and memorize, but I'm going to navigate it in a way that it's natural, which is basically of exploring representation of that physical asset, and this eases me finding any information that I want.
There are studies that suggest that precisely 30% of time of employees invest in looking for information. And that is a relevance of finding information in a more natural and efficient way. Administration. That's the operation stage when I'm using this digital twin for decision making. In maintenance processes, when I'm gathering data, my information is organized, then I can carry out with predictive analytics, and I can make decisions more efficiently about the maintenance process and optimize costs of maintenance for the system. This leads to challenges. Know that this is quick and easy. Otherwise, all of us would have this in the systems. The first challenge is standardization. Common challenge when we speak about data. Standardization is the first challenge. This leads to security of information. In this case, is cyber security. Technology infrastructure. It needs the system to update the technology's infrastructure to carry out the operations of analytics. That leads to the third challenge, interoperability. What we would like to accomplish is get different systems in our railroad, metro, or system and make them communicate to make decisions based on data. Next challenge is implementation costs. Something to be discussed. There is a financial projection needed on how should be implemented. That's the experience. What we have seen is that investment has good return. There is a cost. But fortunately, we have good return in the following years from the reduction of maintenance costs. This is due to the changes related to the human component. Connectivity, privacy and safety, or cybersecurity. This is related to the approach, lack of the approach of a standardized model as for the living approach. So to finish, I'd like to share the case study, a pilot with the Metro of Medellin last year. I think all of you know the Metro of Medellin. Do you all know the Metro of Medellin? Raise your hand if you don't know the Metro of Medellin. So what we did with the Metro of Medellin, we trained on asset management. We assessed the pilot for asset management, and we selected an asset to create a digital twin. In this case, the Metro of Medellin, as you will know, it's a system of 30 years. We selected one of the power stations. We created the model. We gathered all data relevant to the substation. This is the twin. And what we did, we integrated the twin with a tool that is a tandem of Autodesk. We integrated SAP, the tool they use for their assets, and we integrated it with IoT. While they have installed in the substations installed in to monitor the examples of dashboard, to create data in real time of the twin. Here you see the readings on real time of the sensors I'm talking about, where you can configure warnings when there is behavior, abnormal behavior that trigger the warning in SAP. What we looked for with this pilot was an assessment of the general process in the substation, how to optimize the process from using the digital twin as means of consolidation of data to reduce communication times and reduce maintenance times, increase efficiency in maintenance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rincon, for your presentation. I'd like to invite to stage Mr. Carsten Puls, expert in railroad projects. He's going to present the case study, large projects in growing institutions. Welcome. Christian took us to the future, speaking about data. He showed us how things can be upon digitalization. I'm going to take you to a trip before we go into ready? Not yet. Large projects. While they show the slides, I'm gonna take you down a trip to 1993. Let us travel to the 1993. Then there was a company, Siemens. They asked a young engineer if he wanted to go to Latin America for signaling and train control. This young engineer said, well, that's adventure. Yes, right away. And he registered. He enrolled. Before going to this city in Latin America, he was told, you have to train the customers' people to understand the technology. They spoke about knowledge transfer, so there was a section of Colombian engineers who were selected. They sent the CV. We had to assess them in Germany. The engineer had the responsibility in trains, signaling, and control. So it was theory, practice in laboratories until they understood the philosophy and technology. The team came back to Medellin. The engineer went to Medellin. They started with the deployment, and of course, all of us who know the large infrastructure deployment, there were unexpected challenges, but in the end, we were able to deploy, we delivered, and we started operation. Myself, in this case, I was in the 1996, one of the wagon of the metro. We supported the first weeks of operation in case anything happened, so that we can take care of an unexpected failure with a new system. There was a lady, an elderly, dressed with maintenance suit, and she said, "Engineer, thank you very much for making this metro work, because currently, instead of taking 6 hours, I just take 2 hours to go to work and go back." So, what's the message? When I'm telling this, and I feel goosebumps, because I think that's the impact that we create, and we created purpose to the projects. Projects are not for memorandum for a president or a mayor. Those projects are to serve the people, to improve the life quality, sustainability, and give access to education, etc. So with these large projects in growing institutions, they need a purpose. And there we started how we developed large railroad systems in institutional context with little experience, because we have heard that we need knowledge, we need to transfer knowledge, we need to implement those projects, we need plans, ambitious plans that we heard the minister today, and we need to do all of that. What's the institutional challenge? The institutional challenge is lack of railroad culture, because the railroad system is not highway. It's something different. I need to have a different planning to accomplish the commitments. I have a weak technical capability and lack of focus in the operation, and premature commitment. If I make a commitment at a political level before I finish the planning, I can cause a lot of impact. So these are the 4 institutional challenges. Which are the keys for success? While the technical team moves to the other slide, this is a QR code. You can take your cell phones to assess how many infrastructure projects comply or are successful. Budget, time, and goal. Those are 3 dimensions in the project. The money given on time. But if I build within time and budget, has to serve. There are projects that are within time and budget, but they do not serve the purpose. So I made an investment that does not give me the final benefit. How are we doing? Is everybody participating? You have the cell phone at hand. You can participate. Now, I'd like you to see the result. When we finish, I'm going to show you the scientific analysis. If I remember well, 30,000, 40,000 infrastructure projects at a global level, out of which 1,000 are railroad. And that is not done by me, but Blomberg, that wrote the book of invention. It's interesting to see the data. I think we can move forward. Let us solve the secret. "105 answers." This is a collection of the experts of this room, who are advisors, people from the government, operators. Interesting. Can you show the slides? out of 100%, 47.9% out of large infrastructures are within budget. That's a few of them within the budget, and on time only 8.5% of projects. Not even 10 within budget and time. The most disastrous is that only 0.5% are within budget. They comply with time. They serve the initial purpose. Here, I invite you with the CAF in the beginning. Or drawing the attention for the projects that all experts here together, the ones listening to us in the streaming, we have a responsibility and carry out these projects of infrastructure to go from 0.5% to a greater percentage for to have money for more infrastructure projects. That's the purpose. My invitation for all of you. Now let us get into more detail. I have to start. In the end, what I want to accomplish on a timeline in a railroad project. Iñaki can confirm. We're not speaking about 20 years. Normally 50 years, 40, 50 years. Because it's an infrastructure that lasts more than a road. I have to design with the operation in mind of the infrastructure. What do I want to accomplish? What do I want to do? How I want to service the people. Plan before you take action. Do not start the work without technical planning and mature and institutional. Meaning, I can plan again many times if the cost is minimum, if I change planning. But if I don't finish planning, I've seen projects where they start works without the design ready. This causes greater costs. It is proven scientifically. I'm not inventing this or making this up. Christian talked about data. Data is powerful. Sometimes we are in a situation that my project is unique. There is no other project like this in the world. The manager says they create tailor-made projects, but the railroad projects are elements that can be repeated. I get a standard applied to the project. I don't have to invent a signal, because if I invent a signal, then it will be more costful. So first, the database, the similarities with the project, and I look for references to avoid mistakes. Plan slow, execute fast. Once I finish the plan with my goals, I can execute fast without interruption. There are thousands of examples. Good planning reduces risks to the execution. Reception, modularity, and repetition. If I apply a standard and I buy a signal standard system under a standard, I will have several providers. But if I create a tailor-made, it will be more expensive. Planning reduces risks and accelerates execution. Repetition to standardize element of the station's technology. Trains. I know trains and railroad systems are created with tailor-made, but if I can standardize, I can save money. Avoid premature commitment. If there is a commitment with a date that is not realistic in the execution, I will feel under pressure and I will have overcost. Those are political mistakes, legal commitments, financial commitments. The other risk is black seismic, as the black swans. There were several projects, railroad projects, and you could go to places where there were ancient cultures, Greece, England, Peru, Colombia. You start executing, and you find out rests of indigenous culture. So for protection, you need to stop the work. This happens in the whole work. That is not a black swan. But to stop the works, you need to hire archaeologists. If I find, in this case, an archaeological situation and I start looking for archaeologists and all archaeologists are busy, the work will have to stop. So the black swan is if I can have archaeologists under contract just in standby, but they have to come when I have a finding. This is Berlin's Central Station, and why I'm showing it, I want to show you this is the west to east. Below I also have rails, the commuter train. I have buses and trams, bicycles, pedestrians, so everyone can come to the station. I've seen stations, railroad stations, designed that the pedestrian or the cyclist have to come by car, taxi, or bus. They exist. You can think of the redesign of this. This includes the people who know operation. It is not only the architect but civil engineers, including the people, stakeholders in this process. Important here to visualize the endpoint to design from the desired operation, not the physical work, to plan rigorously transferences. Create a technical roadmap that it is institutional to compare projects. If somebody says that my project is unique, don't believe it. There are comparable, similar elements. Modularity. Stations, trains that can be replicable, the maximum possible. It makes it easier in the CAPEX and OPEX. Anticipate the black swans. Now, they requested international examples. I don't want to speak badly about anybody. These are examples. I got the references from the book, but the intention is not to speak badly about other people. We all make mistakes. Here we have 3 international examples. One is Etihad Rail Network in Abu Dhabi. There was a railroad system, first freight, and Etihad didn't have any experience, and they acknowledged they didn't have any experience. They created with Deutsche Bank partnership until 2021. They started in 2015 a joint venture to create the project together because they acknowledged that they didn't have knowledge. So it was a successful operation. They are now going into passengers. The joint venture was dissolved, and Hector told me that Etihad is offering advice. So they became experts, but they started acknowledging that they didn't know. All of us have expertise, but we don't know about everything. We need to acknowledge that. Second example, below in California, they converted from diesel to electric. They looked for help in the transition to renew the fleet of wagons in order to not only make it electric but improve passenger car. And on the right, the trains of the 70s in Germany, and now there was a transfer of knowledge. Now Metro has better knowledge and they export counseling. You have the different examples, different models of operation, but they looked for help to implement something optimal. Here, there is a selection of the book Frembach selection of the database they have. And this is what's happening in all continents. So in all continents you plan something, you carry out premature commitment, and you underestimate the project. What drew my attention was the Hong Kong example. Hong Kong is successful, very punctual, disciplined. When they implement projects, they don't have overcost. They started high speed, and it didn't work because they didn't understand that metro is not high speed. They understood, but they didn't look for reference points, the risks that could happen. They paid an expensive lesson. These are mistakes. All of us make mistakes. But if we use the knowledge of the database, for example, of this book, and we know where the limitations are, and you look for knowledge transfer, definitely we can execute projects and go from 0.5% to, we wish, a greater percentage, over 50. That's a goal. Conclusion: look for support from the beginning. The beginning is where you have the idea, because the operation doesn't start when you have the work, but before. Include operation view. Use real data. Apply good practices. Increase the probability of success in complex railroad systems. With this, I invite all of you in this room to have a responsibility for this to happen, notwithstanding the fact that we belong to the government, an engineering company, we supply equipment. All of us can contribute for this to improve and have a better budget for projects.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for their interesting intervention. And we will continue with today's agenda. And we're going to give grounds for the next presentation and for standardization and its applicability.
Scorbe, experto en...
And an expert from INECO, so he can come up on the stage. So good afternoon, everyone. This is a tough challenge because after so excellent presentations, to get your attention is, I consider, very hard, but I'm going to try it. And I see that the doors of the hall are closed, but there's no solution. You can't escape, so that's good for me. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Transport of Colombia and the CAF for having invited me. And they've invited me to be an active part of this important forum. And on the other side, I'd like to say something personal, because I had an experience of working in Colombia with the Medellin Metro, and it was a very good experience. And the other side is even more personal and direct, is that my wife is from Colombia, so I'm pleased to be here with all of you. I am going to talk about a topic or a concept that many people have mentioned during these days, and it's standardization. This sounds a little bit boring, but truth be told, it isn't. It's going to be a cool discussion. Well, it's basically for standardization applicability to railway systems. So what is railway standardization? It's an application of norms and technical specifications in order to ensure interoperability, efficiency, and security and safety of the networks. The fundamental requirements of standardization are having common norms within a system, and many times we've talked about them. The use of certified materials. This is important to homogeneous things such as the width of the railroad or the power producing systems. This is important in the Colombian cases specifically, and there we have an important disagreement, how we homogenize the width of the length of the railroad. And also we need to have control systems that are compatible and acquire a rolling stock that complies with the regulations. Well, why is standardization useful? Well, at the end is to improve interoperability, security, and the efficiency of the sector. And it has that application has many legs. On the one side, you get interoperability, a concept that has been mentioned many times, is the capacity of the system to allow the safe circulation of different systems and in a way that is non-interrupted. It's an objective that we have heard during these 2 days, an objective sought out. And functional security or safety is very important, is to guarantee or implement the safe and secure operation of the system, and for this we have common norms that are applicable. In the European case, that's the one that I know of. There's in 5012, those are, and also streamlining procedures above all in the European case than in Latin America, which might also be the case. And this means to centralize, has been happening in recent years in Europe, centralize what they call a single window. It's this single place to transfer or approve rolling stock or other systems within the environmental environments, and this is applicable for all the territory. Compliance and business risk. At the end of the day, the risk management, business risk management is taken into account, cybersecurity and data protection, and our colleague from digitization, as he mentioned, and the qualification of personnel, having qualified personnel. Also, it was emphasized this morning, especially in relation to the level of education that Colombia is lacking. I mean, we need to have a lack in that regard. And it is quite evidently important to train people, and because their capability, their competencies, and the raw materials, as well, to Afterwards, in the European case, concretely speaking, the standardization takes place since a directive that approaches interoperability, and basically it includes structural systems such as infrastructure, energy, and the rolling stock and safe integration. What are the requirements? I mean, they are written and they are worked. The interoperability technical specifications, and in other of the EU, they are applied according to their own case and need. And once again, it's to guarantee the stability, security, and to have technical compatibility. Effectively, that's part of the system. So I've included a series of data here, and more than the data, it's basically trying to see that standardization and those regulation include clear concepts such as maximum races, maximum road width, and energy capturing system is 25,000, but there's some that are 15,000, like the one in France, and the minutes of length. And then we have other pieces of data such as certain requirements for railway, for example, its height, also the minimum operational height in merchandise and for passengers, the implementation of the ERTMS. I apologize, it wasn't me. One of the features that are most representative for the European case, because many cases they've tried to develop this management system and manage the traffic, the ERTMS, and it encompasses other subsystems as the communication systems. And it is a system, very robust one, and it is widely exported, not only in Europe. And afterwards, after the regulations of the rolling stock, which is my expertise, what can I say? I mean, this also enters with all the strength in the world according to European rules. And they are included in the structures and the main structures of the train. Also the signaling system, compatibility, and also safety. A safety component is quite relevant. Accessibility for people with limited mobility, for that type of flexibility. And now, effectively, one of the important criteria that are taking place in Europe and here in all of the world is to unify the trains used in different countries, and that's what I said, a single window to purchase. It's a crucial process to guarantee the interoperability of the services across the borders. At this level, by applying these standards, you can manufacture a huge amount of material. You can manufacture rolling stock from different countries and complying with that regulation. And in that case, it can be transferred under ETI or and the EU to circulate through any basically national railway system. And Neto has participated, many have participated in expert committees or the state agencies to actually take those European criteria and take them to the Spanish sector, and also to try to be able to understand how these type of norms are applied in other systems with their own particularities. Obviously, we need to understand the particularity of each system, but also, as Andres Castilla said, all the norms need to be as respected as possible for each system. And as practical cases for applicability of this standardization and achievements that were begotten in the European domain, or basically the EU corridors. Those are very ambitious projects that they establish corridors from the south of Europe and they reach north. All of France, Norway, Italy, Greece, And those are projects that implies interoperability and intermodal collaboration. In Spain, for example, in the Port of Valencia, Madrid, and also the Barcelona Frontera, those are two rails that are being developed as well. In the rail, well, that's another important topic, and I believe it is quite relevant in relation to the Colombian system because it's a lot of it's very ambitious, but at least it gives us an idea that these types of logistical solutions exist. And what's a rail highway? It's an intermodal system that combines it combines the efficiency of the rail with the difficulty of going on the road. And there you can see many more photos. The second on the left, I mean, those are just methodologies, logistical methodologies to load and unload the merchandise. So in the first case, you see just a normal vehicle carrying a car. The second one is similar, but much more automated because the displacement is lateral. And the cars are at the size of that type of platform. And it is a train that basically includes platform wires. And what I'm saying is that the integration can be done with their own truck, and they are placed on the trains, and then you will just have an easy merchandise train. And the last one, that is a little bit more complex in certain aspects, which is loading directly. I mean, the truck needs to truck directly on the train with ramps, or the truck basically gets into the train. They travel in the train. As I said before, it's a primordial system when managing or the system or controlling them, and it is a technology in which we have participated from the beginning with lots of group of experts, and we managed to be integrated in different projects, and we have extrapolated to see certain issues, and also some from Sydney in Australia have implemented these in countries such as Israel, Portugal, Denmark as well. So it's a technology to manage traffic and signage, and we believe that it can be applied to the Colombian case. And later I want to mention that in the Maya train they have exported this technology. So I just want to mention a little bit about the Maya train. So because it's a peculiar train and I'm involved in it, so it's true that it has lights and sounds because it's a project that we're trying to operate recently. It was a very ambitious project, and it's like 1,000 kilometers per network. And excuse me, apologize. And that interconnects states from Chiapas, Tabasco, Campeche, Yucatan, and Quintana Roo. So it's a huge project. What are the shadows? Well, planning perhaps was not done appropriately, did not finish appropriately, and there was another one trying to put the service in commission however it was possible. So there's some inconveniences that we're living through this operation, but the truth be told, things are going well for it. And also it's an infrastructure that at the beginning was designed for passengers and merchandise. I think the main objective is passengers. Well, as we've talked, it's very hard to combine both modes in the same network. However, we're trying. The other practical case where we applied this standardization is in Spain, in Madrid Rodante. We have many manufacturers, 3 Vaston, 3 GAF. At least the attraction of autonomy is enticing enough. And who else? Who else? Starlet as well. And we have all the manufacturers of the world. They right now are in Spain. And it is due, thank you, in part of the application of that standardization and become rigorous in compliance with the regulations as applied to the Russian side of things. But we in Russia has also worked in many, many projects. We wanted to support them in the purpose of any project, and we're there. We're generating a technical assessment, keeping in mind always that there's a need to standardize and it needs to be applied. And to finish, I have a slide of a train for Colombia. The initial data had been talked here, or even the ministry has mentioned it. I mean, she's the authority, there's nothing else to do. And in the fact that Colombia needs to send lots of merchandise and a lower level of tourists. So in my humble opinion, the opportunities of the current situation, basically, yes, there's an advance in this technological age, and we all know it. And I believe many have implemented the effort in order to land those ideas and land them in the Colombian context. And they've also mentioned of multimodal integration policies. So in the Colombian case, low percentages have to be thought about, but in the beginning it's not a clear objective. And the possibility of new projects. And that willingness on behalf of the Ministry of Transport and the rest of society, as we've seen at Regiotram, which is a train that basically goes through the environs of Bogota, and other things that were okay. And we're generating, so we're seeing if it's feasible between Bogota and Medellin. Still an idea, evidently, but well, it's there. And those are things that are starting to sound. And they're starting to put the ball on the ground and continue. And the last one is the culture of the country. Why am I mentioning the culture of the country? Because I'm talking about the culture of Colombia. So as a personal experience, the latest project that I worked on has been the modernization of the man trains that went into service almost 30 years ago. It was developed with engineering design on behalf of Trescaf, the designer in charge of engineering, and with support as auditors for the Metro Medellin. But the hard job, or the largest job, is those workshops in Metro Medellin. Everything is handled with Colombian personnel, coordinated and everything. Obviously, there's technology that they ignored at the beginning and they needed European personnel. But now, the work is being done here. So it's a challenge. So that challenge initially seemed very, very hard and impossible. It was very impossible. So I believe that it's a successful part in Medellin, and it's a pleasure of sustaining. And there was a validation that was generated.
Intervention. That's true.
And we had to change certain important pieces of the railway. That was the structural region of the box, and that was done here, and it was done with technology, standard technology, but with also personnel from here and supervisors and engineers from Europe, and also with support from the engineers of the Metro of Medellin, which is a very skillful set of individuals. So at the end of the day in Colombia, there's opportunities. I believe there's capability, and there's the intent, willingness,
and it's a good place to start and good news. So as a conclusion, the benefits to standardize, have already mentioned them: improve interoperability, intermodality, and safety of the sector, and the need of coordinator and commitments and working together between institutions, and this exists. And at the end, the standardization is key when you think about rails in Colombia. I mean, there's lots of knowledge, so that knowledge is written in the standards and the regulations, as I mentioned before, in the common regulations. So let's take advantage of it and let's apply it. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a nuestro expositor.
Thank you very much. So, we're greeting those that are connected through the connection directing through the webpage, through cafwebpage.com. And I'd like to thank you, obviously, for continuing following our agenda. Now, the next case study about interoperability in railroads in North America, where we will show the experience of North America when promoting the international integration of railway transport. And for this segment, we invite Mr. Jose Guillermo Sosaya Delano, experts in railways, so he can come up here to the scenario.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes.
Hello, thank you very much. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the invitation of the Ministry of Transport, CAF as well, for bringing me to this event, and congratulate all of you, all of the attendees, for showing interest in such relevant topic. I mean, people mentioned nostalgia. The railway has everything, has nostalgia, has modernity, it has a future, and everything that you have heard you're gonna see applied to a topic that is a little bit more light, because I don't have the technical knowledge of the experts that have preceded me. I don't have their perfect information. And in 2 days that we have been sitting here, I believe we've learned a lot more from rails than I in my whole life. And we're gonna see right now a practical case that happened in the United States, and where many things that have been discussed here is being applied, and in many aspects it's still working. And I also mentioned that it's very important to be aware of the experiences of other countries, get to know what worked. But much more important, I'd say, is to get to know what didn't work. Let's not repeat any mistakes. Now, it's fundamental. We can be wrong, and we always make mistakes one time or another, but it shouldn't be the same, please. At least let's learn from what we have already achieved. And it is said that if you begin by apologizing, you're not gonna have a good presentation. But we need to wake up. So, excuse me if I make you dizzy, but I'm gonna walk around the stage to wake myself up as well. So I'm not going to define what interoperability is. I believe they have already done so on many occasions, and much better than I in North America. It has been a fundamental factor in order to establish this region, North America. And I'm going to repeat this because geographically speaking, they always discriminate us over there in North America, Mexico, saying that we are, and honorably so, we are South America. Mexico is the southern part of North America. Yes, we are proudly Latin America, but we are North America. This interoperability of the North American Railway has been a fundamental part in the development of the latest years for this region of America. And it arises more than due to a technical need, more than to a need in the volumes of cargo. It arises due to an economic need, a financial need. It derives a little bit from the signature way back when of the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement between USA, Mexico, and Canada. So by undersigning this treaty, they thought, well, they foresaw how much the levels of merchandise were going to increase between the three countries. How three countries with different infrastructures, with different political systems, with different railways, many the same, but with different histories and maintenances, would have to work as a single region and show the world that we can achieve certain competitiveness if we really efficiently use the systems amongst the countries. And we are gonna actually pass around the slides, but I believe the most important thing is the conceptual part. So three systems, I reiterate: United States, a private railway system, Canada, two large railways, and Mexico. Mexico, that before this model had a system with a company, although different railway companies, under a single company way back when, called National Railways of Mexico. So when they understand this famous treaty and it enters into effect, they start planning what type of amendments needed to be implemented, and amongst which I refer to certain laws and systems, and even so, tax issues in Mexico. But one of the important modifications was what was going to be done with the railway system that's going to have important demand in cargo, for cargo. Now, the railway system for passengers entered the decadence in Mexico due to bus lines, and afterwards low-cost aviation. I mean, demand decreased, and they considered that the government didn't have any money in order to update the railway system. So it was able to respond to the future demand that was going to rise after signing this signature. And then we decided to establish a series of concessions, make a public tender, and some conditions were determined. One of the main ones was basically that those that were going to participate had to be accompanied by an international company with great experience in the movement of cargo. And it is thus that a company arose that used to be called Transportación Ferroviaria Mexicana. It was basically a joint venture between Kansas City Southern Railroad and Transportación Marítima Mexicana. North American and Mexican company actually went to the tender. They won it, and they were granted this network of 4,300 kilometers approximately. This part is fundamental. And it starts with dual nationality company, and this changes. So just pay attention. Just look at this map: Mexico, United States, and Canada. Don't insult me, for I'm going to say, nor be offended. Poor Mexico. So close to the United States and so far from God. A Mexican politician thus said many years ago, and I said we needed to change that phrase. There's almost epigraphs that afterwards have an influence in the behavior of nations for good or for evil. And I believe in the case of Mexico, it was influences for evil. I mean, NAFTA and the resurgence of this agreement and this border with our neighbors, creators, and started to change that model. And we managed to see how we were going to coordinate and take advantage of that neighborhood. So when you're a neighbor, you're a neighbor. Perhaps you have a house and your next door neighbor, well, you don't like him. and you have to see how you try to live the best as possible and win the most you can. And this has happened with the United States. Now we are two nations, brothers, enemies, partners. I mean, we're culturally soccer lovers. I'm an example of double citizenship. I'm Mexican. I'm a citizen of the United States, and part of the time I live in the United States, and the other part of the time in Mexico, and I'm very happy on both sides because that, I believe, is a famous interoperability, not only for rails but also for people and cultures, and that's how Mexico lives through it, and that motivated the undersigning of these treaties or agreements.
Now, I should say, I believe the ones who have known and have followed that closely, it's been successful for the countries. Different regulations. Those were legal and regulation systems that were different. Security infrastructure, very different. Better state in the United States and Canada than Mexico, but Mexico's one was updating until it got to the level required in order to operate together. The signaling systems were different, and they tried to balance the differences between the systems. Obviously, due to the economic condition, Mexico's condition was less favorable than the United States and Canada. That was corrected also in the railways. So in the concession, they pushed them to invest on an efficient railway, and an important aspect in order to keep a company productive with profit constantly, permanently. Not easy in this railroad system with many years of history. The United States and Mexico have 8 contact points and border crossing. The border infrastructure hasn't been the most proper. According to the demand, and the railroad movement has increased between two countries. The United States and Canada have 17, 18 border crosses. Very different kind of infrastructure. But Mexico's one has updated. It has updated, and we have worked together. And this intention of Mexico to be at the technological and regulation level of their partners. Mexico has had great investment and important change in the way they operate and regulate railroad. Fundamental factor here has been the labor, the employee of railroad in Mexico that prepare themselves to update and work with different systems. Not that we are a partner with whom we talk the same language. Even that was a problem in the beginning. We don't speak the same technology language and the same general language. We had to update that for the 3 countries. This has increased the volume that moves in the railroad. In Mexico, we show that increasing competitiveness and efficiency in the railroad increased substantially the cargo volumes that move today. In the beginning, we heard we accomplished the junction of railroad systems. On the railroad, about 12% of cargo. Now, it's more than 27% of railroad cargo. The United States is over 40, and I think Canada is 50%. This indicates that it is important to be able to have interoperability between countries, because when you start planning, as you are doing in Colombia and other countries at a regional level, you need to think of interoperability at an international level. You need to think that that is going to happen to accomplish interoperability of railroad accomplishes important economic growth. Mexico has attracted a series of investments on different sectors, but we highlight the automotive. Mexico is the fourth country exporting countries, is the fifth manufacturer at a world level. We have been able to increase the quality of the vehicles manufactured in Mexico. A German brand that I will not mention. The plant in Mexico is number one of quality of the vehicles they manufacture there, with technology and equipment they bring from Germany and the training from Germany. But what this is showing is that this is possible because a railroad system was able to create interoperability with the first consumer, and we achieved a perfect combination thanks to the railroad and other factors that unfortunately I haven't heard here for today's the substantial change. It is important, the social change and the increase in the immovable, but we don't see on the whole the change, modification, the growth of the railroad when it is well programmed and well planned, well operated. That part is fundamental. Let us not overlook that badly operated railroad cannot be sustained. If you have all that together, you will have big and important growth. Together with, as I mentioned, the legal security. We need to provide with legal security to the investor to attract investment. We have seen numbers. Somebody mentioned that there is money. And there is money. These projects, you know better than me, they need a lot of money. When you need a lot of money, you need more legal security to invest, to be willing to invest. Invest not for today. It is not like a factory. You will have to invest at an everyday basis. And I was in Kansas City. Do you believe that Mexico has legal security? We have invested for more than 10 years, more than $1,000 million in exchange of a paper of a government supported by a company, but it was just a paper that was a concession because we believed in the government. We trusted the legal security. It was fundamental to attract investment. All the infrastructure, all the technology should go together, almost welded with legal security. Fundamental. Otherwise, it will be difficult, practically impossible to attract investment to where you want it. Those are not investments that the government can perform in all cases. In most of cases, they need co-investment for this co-investment to be successful. It should bring global companies that will pool other companies. Every automotive plant, and I say this because I was a president of the Mexican Association of Automotive, each plant attracts 30 to 40 new industries around the auto parts and a series of services they require, but 30 or 40 for the region. So think, if a country attracts 1, 2, 3, 4 automotive plants, the industrial growth, the labor And in the end of the day, what I've heard here, the social benefit for the communities. And that comes from here, from what we have talked about here. Part of having the railroad infrastructure required freight and passengers according to the demand and the vocation of the regions. I will leave my presentation there because I think what's written you can read later, so it doesn't need a lot of intelligence to be understood. But I wanted to pass on the comments. A key point in interoperability before I finish is the coexistence of systems and legal standards between countries, different countries, Mexico, the United States, where we have different hard security situations, and two different systems, safety and security. One is the security to operate, and the other one is the safety to operate. In Mexico, we have had security problems, Colombia, United States also, but with different schemes, structures that make a difference for the cost, and this should be considered. You should provide with safety for the volume of goods that you move, safety for the employees, for the passengers, and this is important. If you don't have a structure to protect the whole structure and armor the railroad routes. We worked with the government of Mexico, with the government of the United States. We created joint security structures. We helped to improve substantially the freight transport on railroad to make a difference from other transport means in a fundamental part that was security. Let us not forget, when we speak about interoperability, either regional or international, we need to take care of this. We need to take care of the ecological aspect and the cross-border. Mexico, the United States, with a different cross-border system, there were structures from one side to agree with both countries to improve the border infrastructure of the railroad is a different story. It takes time and money. We need to foresee it as soon as possible. That's a fundamental part. We lived. We had joint negotiations. I had to travel to Washington to talk to congressmen in Mexico too, and coordination between customs. We accomplished two important aspects that I will leave here as an positive experience. We had a conjoint inspection center. We had gamma rays. We check what you don't want to the railroad to cross, but you have it in the United States, and you have to lower the speed. You lost efficiency. We determined and we sponsored the installation of a joint inspection booth with custom authorities of both countries together, checking trains. Both were going to look for the same. So why speeding down? It was a part that we consider it was important, that helped us increase speed of trains for efficiency. Another important part we accomplished is international structure to allow Mexican crews to cross in the railroad to the closest station on the other side of the railroad. We didn't accomplish that. I don't have the last minute information, but we couldn't do the same for the North American crew to cross to the closest station in Mexico, but this speeded up the movement of the train. But otherwise, you have only one international bridge. You stop in the middle of the bridge, and when you change the crew and you receive inspection, you last 45 minutes to an hour. That blocks the train. If you have 20 trains a day, think of what you have to take from efficiency in an international bridge. Those are schemes that you need to take care of because they increase efficiency of physical infrastructure, administrative infrastructure, and increase in the end of the day the efficiency of the railroad and in an international manner. In the conclusion, the main conclusion of this interoperability of the railroad in America increased competitiveness. North America is a region, or the most competitive region in Latin America, not only in the world, not only for the railroad, but it's been a fundamental role in the growth process of the economy of North America, Mexico, the United States, and Canada. For me, a fundamental part of all this is what we are speaking today, what we talked about yesterday. It is of utmost importance what you have done gathering up here, discussing per region the growth of the future of a railroad system that I congratulate your side for the future. I congratulate the Ministry of Transport of Colombia to promote this meeting. I congratulate CAF for being behind that, and I congratulate all of you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por esa charla.
Thank you very much for that interesting talk. I believe that it would be nice to have a coffee and stretch our legs. There's no more talk in English, so the ones who took the translation devices can give them back. See you again in 20 minutes. We will come back for an interesting panel to close our day. So enjoy the break. We invite you to please take your seats. Let us mute our cell phones. Special greetings to the ones who have joined us on streaming on YouTube, Agenda CAF, and the webpage caf.co. We would like you to follow us in the social media at Agenda CAF in all platforms, X, Instagram, Facebook. Post your comments, they are very welcome. We don't have space for questions here from the audience, but you can send your questions via the internet. It's never late to connect. Just one question. It is just one question. Well, let us wait for the organizers to. They have the last word. So this is the space for our discussion now. Discussion panel. moderator, Mr. Angel Cárdenas. We met him yesterday, the development of the first day of the forum, Manager Infrastructure for CAF. I'm going to invite the panelists to join him in stage. Liliana Maria Ospina Aria, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transport in Colombia. Henry Faroup, National Secretary of the Railroad of Panama. Eric Martin, President of Directory of the Company of Railroad in Chile. Francisco Lozano, President of the National Development Treasury, FDN. Mr. Nicolas Rincón Murar, Technical Director of the National Department of Planning in Colombia, DNP. You have the stopwatch. Angel will let you know about the mechanics of the panel. Good afternoon. They did it on purpose. It's like interrogation. Well, this is the last panel. I'm pleased because here I believe there is a good combination that could sum up what we have talked about these 2 days. The view of planning in 3 countries, from the sectorial, the planning of a country. We have an important company with large investment projects and the view of funding. So the big questions here is how can we have the enabling conditions to foster the railroad reactivation in Latin America? We have 39 minutes. I will start with you, Liliana. We have heard for 2 days the minister speaking about how important is the railroad agenda in Colombia. So how present is the railroad in the agenda of the state? Mainly because it would seem that there is a change here with the arrival of President Petro. But the most important question is how to guarantee the consolidation of structural work in the country. Not only just the announcement, but it goes beyond the political will. Thank you, Angel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to have in this panel for the closing of the forum about railroad reactivation. That question is important because it sets up a big challenge as a government to precisely turn these initiatives that are starting with all the actions that we are leading from the transport sectors become a state policy. That is a great responsibility. How to do for everything that we have moved forward, progressed in these 3 years. There have been actions from previous governments, small actions, but this government sets up in the center of the political agenda the railroad reactivation. We need, as we could say in this context, for this train not to go back and finally come back to its destination. And this railroad reactivation becomes a cause of the country and not just a project of this specific government. And in the sector of transport, we have moved forward to make this policy of state. So out of 4 fundamental pillars, one is to strengthen the institutionality. For that, we're going to have room for a talk. And the minister this morning mentioned about the national railroad industry. The other one is the refurbishing of the regulation. The other thing is the partnership between stakeholders. This is not just the state as a driver of railroad, but private sector, the academy, they belong to the strategy and the whole system and projects. So none of this would be unstoppable if we don't leave strategic projects starting for the development of the country. With these four strategic components, we can guarantee for this not to become just part of the agenda of the government, but it transforms the culture, not only because it is part of the nostalgia to revive that train that we had once, that we have lost for decades, but also strategic view of the country for the railroad really goes to its destination. Now, about the destination of the train and strategic decisions, if we go to Panama, Henry is here. We were talking about this strategic decision of creating a specialized secretariat. Maybe stories are a bit different. Well, it didn't break, he said. I swear that the question will be easy. Don't get nervous, Henry, I swear. Otherwise, the audience can judge me. Panama is pointing at that specialized secretariat, and it points at what the deputy minister said in the Colombian case to address the institutionalism with this strategic view. Which are the lessons of this effort? Mainly the benefits to have a specialized secretariat in a country such as Panama with this strategic view of railroad transport. First, let me start by appreciating CAF and the Ministry of Transport for this enriching forum of yesterday and today. Yesterday when I arrived, I saw the gallery, beautiful and educational. I talked to Mr. Javier Ortiz Casiani without knowing that he was from Panama. In the first picture, we have the picture railroad of the Panama. That was the first railroad of Colombia, I swear. And he is right. And it was just like that. He disarmed me. He unarmed me, but it was the first railroad in Latin America. It was built in 1850. It was opened in 1858. But he mentioned the Congress where Simón Bolívar was in Panama, and he said the famous phrase, Panama, bridge of the world, heart of the universe. And that's the reality. Panama, they have said here, the belly of the world, but the geographic location of Panama is almost irreplaceable. It's a small country, but with all the upon the side of the world, and with Trump now that has put it on top, his threat to take the Panama Channel again, we knew that that is almost impossible, but we have reached to agreement. Well, let me tell you that in the National Secretariat of Railroad was created on the 3rd of July. The president of Panama, Molino, he took position on the 1st of July. 2 days later, we started working on the 2nd of July. Next day, we had the Council of Cabinet, and the decree was ready. That was the first decree of the President of the Republic in his term of 5 years. The Secretariat allows the institutionalization of the railroad view as a state policy in Panama. This railroad was his campaign flagship project. It has started. It has had a year. The
And they institutionalize the will of the President of Panama to create this secretariat, which of course is going to evolve later on. We are ascribed to the Ministry of the Interior, and that's how it started. Now we are like 14, and we've done quite a lot. And me, of trains, the only thing that I knew was to get on them. I lived 7 years in Europe studying, and 5 as an ambassador. I was in France, Switzerland, at Monaco, at the Liechtenstein, at the same time, basically Andorra. So I rode lots of trains. And from there to now, it's been lessons learned. And yesterday and today, it's basically a master's degree. The importance, I'm extending myself, but the importance of this forum. I've gone to many forums, many congresses, and it's finishing, and we have almost full audience. The last event of the forum, and it's almost full. This shows the importance of this forum, and hopefully we'll organize some more like this one, because it is truly something that is quite enriching. Now, what we've done, we've advanced, and we've created a master plan, engineering, designs, everything that you need to do for a railway. We're doing that now. We should start to build before we're starting to build the railway such, and it's lapsed 1 year, and it's going to take a couple of months more, because we have to also assess environmental impact, everything. But the important thing of this is it's going to create the governance of the Railroad of Panama. Right now, it's being grown, but there's going to be new regulations. There's also going to be a law that can protect private investment, because the railways need lots of investment, lots of private investment, and perhaps later on they can do much more. But the important thing here right now is that Panama has always been a maritime hub. We've also always been an air hub, because Copa is called the Panamanian Company of Aviation. It's also one of the largest hubs in Latin America. The airport of Panama, 20 million people go through it per year. Right now, what we want to do with the rail is basically to have a regional hub. We're going to start by Panama. The idea is to continue through Central America, and the other idea is a dream between Panama. The path from North America to Patagonia is interrupted by Panama. It's called the Darien Gap, and there's certain ideas. If we can't go through vehicle, then let's go through via train. This is something way in the future of our integration. But that's more or less what I'd like to say about our function. Thank you very much, Henry, and continuing in this intensive master's degree. I believe the Chilean experience is quite interesting, and yesterday Nicolas Estupiñán said that when we analyze the exposure of $1,100 million, it was quite interesting, but what Nicolas highlighted, I'm going to complete it, and we always stated, 140 years, with the backup of the Chilean government. So I believe you're a very good example as how we can tell a story that this level of investment can continue independent of political cycles? And what are the mechanisms that are useful for you to continue, once again, independent of the governments, of the administrations, for this to become a policy of state and to continue your railway development? We see that Colombia right now is reactivating this sector once again. Panama is starting once again, but those 140 years, well, they weigh a lot. Yes. Well, I'd like to thank, first of all, the minister that represents the Colombian government and the CAF for this exercise that basically helps us network amongst ourselves. Yes, 140 years, and we had different cycles with different intensities, with different problems. What happens there, and happens to many countries that share this Latin America, is there a link in the growth of our nations with the railway. There's an emotional link, but that's not enough. And an important topic here is the development of specific projects. Those are good projects. And somebody mentioned that a good project here is a project that actually serves all of the elements from the point of view of engineering and in relation to the purpose that is generating. So our buddy told us that we needed to have a purpose, but we needed to perceive it and understand it from the operational side of things. Civil works are important, very expensive, but a bad civil engineering works is a loss of money for a nation. Therefore, when one talks about a good engineering project, one needs to do is to ask, why do you need it? For what? What service is going to provide? You can't even generate by stages, so you advance based on winning experience and developing the income that this is going to generate, this from the point of view of the users. In the case of Chile, we are slanted towards passengers in Chile, but recently in this administration we've also tried to tilt a little bit more to cargo. In cargo, I mean, the operators are private, although the infrastructure is given by the state. And they have different compositions, the geometry is different. As I spoke with a colleague, when you don't have that much resources, you need to see how you can do both things at one time. Sometimes you don't have a jacket, but you use the same jacket to work. Because when we don't have many resources, we need to take advantage of them, and there's technologies to do so. Now, somebody mentioned, for example, the system where the trains can talk to each other, and when the trains talk with each other, you can increase the frontier of production because you can get more trains per hour. So it's a good project. And so when you imagine you are actually being driven by technology, and the civil engineer works is the result of an operational design that is ready before generating the infrastructure work. So we have a 4-year government, and that exercise of doing that, it does not end in 4 years. For example, environment. I was a Boy Scout when I was a kid, so what I'm going to say, it does not reflect bad on me. The environmental issue is quite harsh. I mean, we have very stringent laws as to marshes, and we need to generate environmental studies. It means a tender of 6 months comes a company, it lasts a year, and after a year, people will assess in order just to have an environmental project, which is basically a project on those spaces. No, 3 lapses of years have lapsed and nothing has happened. There's a way of trying to promote these projects in Chile is because there's a shared project of social returns that is part of our development of the country. For example, today people are working a lot into ports. We are a long and narrow country. We have competitive advantages in that regard as to ports. And the question that we ask is, what are our offer? What we offer to Argentina so they can get their products through the Pacific and not the Atlantic. And we need to work together, and that's what we talked about, standardization. When the roads are different, everything is much more expensive. So those that manufacture trains need to manufacture with bogies of different dimensions. and also it's going to be more expensive to actually purchase rolling stock. And so the integration of society to maintain our institutionality in our countries is good, yes, but being able to unite them generates this possibility. So, in a long-term view, so international business, and perhaps many of you are in that dialogue, are also or belong to long-term. And if they constitute something on the basis of agreements that have been undersigned, and they start from small, from little, and can they be maintained in time? Well, the same vision and equal purpose, and in this case the CAF, because I have to say it, or multilaterals, whatever. Many times they continue projects. They provide them with continuity because when you find a loan, when you sign a loan, I have a credit line. I will continue to advance. I will build. I will report, and once again, I get another credit line for another component. And when the other administration comes in the case of Chile, it's going to happen quite fast in March of 26. This government gives the basically power to another type of government. So what's going to happen there is that we have constructions in 2 and 3 months ongoing as a project 36 months. Thus an auditor, external auditor, that for this to continue in good speed, well, then is the one that is basically the person financing it. But what I want to say is when we expose ourselves publicly, there's a social audit, not only from our society, but also agents that trust in this condition, where they invest for these civil works. As I said, civil works are the result of a constant job made by many people. And there might be political differences in this regard, but unfortunately, engineering is much more simpler in that regard. And that's like the calling to build a social agreement based on a historical antecedents. And but with the contribution of multilaterals that are capable of also staying the line for production is also quite important. Thank you very much, Eric. So our commitment of accompanying the projects. And now, Nicolas. I've been living in Colombia for 3 years, and the first thing that one learns is the DMP. There's also large projects, but then comes the National Planning Department with a view of aligning every single logical planning decision. So you're always that large institution that validates many of these large projects. So I'd like to ask, aligned with what we've discussed, what are the main obstacles that countries may see when trying to institutionalize a railway practice? Well, good day, good afternoon, everyone. Angel for the invitation, the whole team of La CAF, cordial greetings, Vice Minister, Minister of the Transport, thank you once again for the invitation, and also cordially greet the panelists. I know that all of these conversations are useful to us as a country and a government in order to manage to go beyond. I believe since the beginning of the event somebody mentioned something going beyond nostalgia to a really project-oriented reality, and what we've seen and what we've analyzed, Angel, when trying to have a long-term planning for our railways, we see that the country has evolved and rethought itself from the point of view of infrastructure. So first of all, the investment in infrastructure was quite low in the country, so we posited certain projects, or the country posited itself certain projects associated to concessions to improve the investment environments in the concessions. We issued the public-private partnership laws that have given certain benefits, also lessons learned, certain aspects to be improved, but we managed to achieve an adequate investment environment in terms of connecting production centers with centers of consumption. So I believe in terms of the railway road, I believe we've been analyzing and thinking way back when we had the intermodal master plan, and this government updated the same program or project, and it posits a series of challenges that we need to tackle. I believe the Vice Minister Liliana has already mentioned them in a way that is important. So first of all, and our representative in Chile also mentioned it, the project cost. It is important that sometimes the rush when changing government to see how can I prove that I am in fact complying with a governmental program, with a development plan. Sometimes in certain cases it has happened to forget, makes us to forget that these projects, although are expensive, they generate important impacts beyond nostalgia. They can reduce emissions, they can reduce costs. We've been studying them and we analyzed already. If we connect Bogota with the Pacific, or the Caribbean, sorry, well, the savings will be up to 26% in transportation cost. Those types of things are things that we have analyzed as a country by positing important discussions, such as one in this space. But basically, those are the obstacles that we have identified for one, project cost, and the second one that is what very important is structuring. I believe that we have important challenges. And although I have considerable cost, how do I prioritize? That's why I mentioned the resources are scarce, and it's very scarce in our country. And we are in certain inflexibilities, budget-wise, and we need to think, how do I prioritize, or towards where I orient the little resources that I have. And if we go to the last 10 years, Angel, we'll find that although the railway road mobilized 11% of the cargo, only 1% of the budget was destined to this mode of transport. So this is also a signal that goes against installing an important means of transport. And a third point, I believe the Vice Minister has mentioned this, and importantly so, Panama, I think, is a couple of steps ahead of us, and its institutionality. Not only institutionality from the point of view of the responsible entity that has the possibility of thinking every single day how they can solve a large problem that we have in the country. Basically, how do we reactivate and expand the network? But it's not only about thinking in terms of infrastructure, and that's what we've talked with the Vice Minister and different ministries, is that I also need to have clear regulations, our regulations from 1920. So perhaps also we need to work with Panama in that way back then, with the first train that was a Colombian one. So I believe there are important challenges to posit. How do we incorporate what the President have posited to have cleaner technologies? I mean, the region is talking about hybrid trains. Diesel, hybrid, electric, cleaner diesel, I believe. That's the way to go, not only thinking in large projects, but also in scalable policies. As we have posited as a government, obviously regional trains, long-distance trains. How do we connect both oceans? And once again, we were part of that heart of the world, and we are in the center, we are in the main maritime routes, main air routes, main ecosystems, as associated to productivity and competitiveness. But we continue to make strides. And one last obstacle that sometimes in engineering is heard as a challenge is also a wealth of ideas, but allows us to think differently. And I believe this is important. Not copy, but adapt. Geography is a huge challenge for the railroads. Our three mountain ranges are main development. I mean, our cities are either in the Mediterranean or higher in the mountains, so you need to get close to the ports, to the regions. And how do we use the train from the perspective of cargo, but also from a perspective of tourism that will generate territorial developments? That's what we want to do. And that's where we want to head through public policy. So three large affairs that we identify, Angel. I believe that the cost has always been a scary issue. I believe that this government is not scared of large investments. Second, the structuring, and we're working very importantly in that. The UPID has done so, the ANI also, and obviously we ourselves are working with the Ministry of Treasure and also Transport, because the budget needs to reflect the interests of the government. So to have a new railroads. Well, Francisco, yesterday they talked about the problem was not about money. The problem was with good projects, and Nicola just stated there are two large challenges: cost and structuring. What makes a project really feasible and attractive, and what does it mean for it to become good? What does it mean for you? So, when you identify a project and you say it's good when I will fund it. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Cordial greetings for the audience and my co-panelists. I believe that a good project is that which actually soothes those that are gonna put up some money. And I mean investors, builders, and debt, and people that are going to give money as in debt, or any entity or any person. The investor as well is going to analyze the project. What you need is to understand that the project is well structured. When I say that's well structured, what I mean is they were given enough information in order to be able to generate a good analysis in relation to budgets and commit itself with those figures. From that, you get a fixed price. With a fixed price, the investor can know how much they're going to invest, and then also the funder. So the risks are shored up in this way, and that's the importance of a good structure. I've always said, and many have heard me, but I want to repeat myself, one does not save and break liquids, but not in that. For me, structuring is that. It's like brake fluid. Anything that you save on the structuring of the project, you're going to see a problem. And it is always important for us to understand that we have had success in this regard with railways in alliance with the governments and allied with the decisions that the governments want to take, and we try to analyze, study, and decrease the risks, assure that things in fact fit, because it's not about just saying that the civil works needs to talk with geology and the builders of trains. One needs to ensure that everything, every single piece really happens, and that structuring work is where the success of the projects lies. And nobody asked me, but I believe that one important thing for something to become a policy, state policy, is that it needs to feel that it's well done, that it's serious, that is important for the country. So you need to substantiate it with studies, accompanied with studies made by entities that are credible. That is important. So afterwards, you're gonna see a government that opines differently from one. The important thing is whomever made the study is credible. It's credible authority on the topic. So this is very important, in my opinion. But returning to your question, what makes a project successful? In my opinion, well structured, and above all, that can translate into one is aware of how the risks are covered, who responds, and that the person that is going to respond, in fact, had the tools to actually assume this risk. Sometimes the case is I need to give that person enough good information, specifically, let's say, the builder, so they can say, I do this for 100 pesos, and the investor that's going to put some cash and the responsibility is going to say, right, okay, I believe you. I believe that you're going to do this for 100 and not that you're not going to be able to finish and you're going to tell me later that's worth 110, because sometimes investors are managing third-party cash. So they have a responsibility with other third parties. So for me, that's a successful project. But once all of those risks with that information has actually been mitigated or managed, as your president said yesterday, you can get the money. So yes, this is true. This is like the concerts when the singer is doing well, they'll ask another song, all right, like a concert. So they sent me a WhatsApp and they allowed me to have 15 minutes more. So I'm going to ask 3 minutes for each response, because truth be told, there's much more to say. Well, Vice Minister, once again, a question that Nicolas asked of the DMP, he mentioned the national development plans as tools for the institutionalization and a little bit in order to accompany this policy of state. So what are the role they're playing for you, and how much do they support you, and how useful are these national development plans in order to drive this reactivation? So for us, the government plan is basically the main roadmap of our priorities, and here reactivation is one of the main protagonists. So I believe it is also important to understand that each government puts a seal on the actions that it takes within that policy and within that approach that they want to implement, because it's not only about building infrastructure projects, but how those projects are developed. And here there's an important thing that we can add to what Francisco mentioned, is what defines a good project. A good project mobilizes trust, investment, but above all, it mobilizes territorial development. So good projects, in this case railway projects, will be perceived in the midterm when the communities that are lagging will in fact be connected once again and will be once again in the center of development. This is important. It is also important to understand that this government puts a seal on rail reactivation because we are interested to reactivate everything in conditions of sustainability with null or low emissions, and we are also interested in generating jobs and innovation, so we can strengthen not only the institutionality but also the academia can try to improve capabilities. And for this we have important challenges ahead of us, quite large ones in fact. So from the development plan and from the program of this government, I believe there's certain approaches that are quite clear, and that we're not only interested in building just infrastructure, we're not only interested in moving freight and passengers, but rather to connect territories and put communities in the center of regional development. And we are also interested in, well, emphatically so, for projects to have, well, I believe somebody said it, Eric said it, well, environmental challenges are quite big. One of the main projects that we have prioritized in this government is, for example, the interoceanic corridor. Here, competing with our neighbor Panama, I mean, the environmental challenges of a corridor such as this one is quite high. So we have sanctuaries of fauna and flora, and we have areas where we see humpback whales live, where we basically try to live harmoniously between these projects that develop a country and nature. But not only respecting the environmental conditions, which is one of our main strengths, but also how projects such as this ones becomes drivers of national tourism, even, for example, just to see whales. So these approaches that are implicit in the project that we are structuring and all of the reactivation strategy, well, they put on the table these governmental darings through infrastructure, but also what do we do to close our gaps, generate jobs, and guarantee ecosystems for the future generations. And in this sense, the projects that we are structuring not only mobilize trust and investment, but also we hope they can move regional development. Thank you very much. And this allows me time for the next question for Panama, because Panama is trying to create or build a train that reaches the border of Costa Rica, but the risk of perceiving this just as civil works is always there, and we're talking about the new institutionality that Panama has. So how can Panama's insurance circle, what normative or legal or political change can be implemented so this is not perceived as an isolated project, but rather that it can, in two levels, be a project of national integration and also regional integration, because it's going to connect itself with Costa Rica?
This is a project of integration, regional integration. As for regulations, we have been talking to the Ministry of Economy and Finances and authorities of the Panama Canal. It was founded in the 2000, where the state delivered the canal to Panama. Constitution was had its restitution. The president doesn't have any domain. The board of director is international. There is an administrator of the canal. There is a minister that is being appointed by the president. Last year we had drought problems. We have agreed to have a big dam to avoid droughts. I remember that there has always been ships waiting in Panama, vessels, but at some point we had more than 50 waiting. That's big. So Panama Canal is a pillar, and it will be a pillar. We're just starting. It's been working for a year, but we have progressed correctly. We will have regulations. I mentioned a law to rule. There is definitely money, and there will be foreign investors. We're going to create development hubs to have foreign investors and give them concessions, to have multinationals in Panama for the development using the railroad stations. Panama has the advantage of ports and the canal, and all Central America, the advantage that freight is cheaper. There is more frequency of trips for ships. That's attractive for a multinational that wants to set up there. We are in negotiations with DHL for the airport in Latin America with the tariffs of the United States, and we will have more companies, not only to Panama, they could come to the neighboring countries with a railroad that integrates the region. That will help a lot. We had a meeting 2 months ago with Incofer from Costa Rica to see the area where both railroads will come together. Now we need to create customs regulations so that railroad does not stop in the border to reach the canal or wherever. We are trying to do something solid, robust. It could be a pillar for the Republic of Panama. Henry, thank you very much. You mentioned the role of the private sector supporting the initiatives of the state to extend the railroad. And I go back to you, Eric, as public operator. How do you think we can have a virtuous balance between the state investment and partnership with the private sector? Of course, the societies have the public, the private, civil forces. In the design, we need to add everything. The state has a regulation role, or as a company, But that doesn't mean that the private sector cannot participate in this particular case on behalf of the passengers. The integration can be through concessions. The design, we need to make it easy for everyone to do what they do well. In the case of logistics, we want to have logistics that has to do with the cool line, the safety and security, storage. We don't know about that. So it is natural to have a concession for a private to develop the structure. And we will have to learn as a company and see how we contribute best the immovable development is important. As the Deputy Minister said, to integrate territories. A territory that is not occupied, it doesn't exist. Like if it were in the Antarctics. When you take the territory not as a negative way, just take the territory, occupy the territory. When you have scale economy in the cities, the cost of taking water, electricity to a point makes the public resources to be scarce. So the state can be create the first investments, and the private company can create the development of the country, move the country. So this is a purpose, a clear view, clear rules, and that's important. When you show the project, you provide with a margin of time, investment, operation. Probably it will motivate many private people, give them the opportunity. They know how to do things, and finally the integration of the PPPs, it will be another point in the GDP. It will be the opportunity for the people to access the health care, education, etc. Thank you, Eric. You just said it, the points of GDP and the added value for the country. I go back to your view of planner, and I think it will be a hard question for you. We are using railroad as an opportunity to foster international industry and technology transfer, form new capabilities. What are we missing to accomplish that? And you think that you don't have the deputy minister in front of you. Precisely, Angel, that's what we stating in the reactivation of the railroad. To avoid developing projects to join two lines, 2 points, but with the investment on behalf of the national government in different projects to create important chains of ecosystems. We see the signs. We start seeing how the industry from Boyacá is getting ready for the possibility not only to provide with tourist services with important benefit as for what the railroad can accomplish, but also the industry of buses assembly is starting the pilots to assemble the wagons for the tourist transport. We see in the Medellin Metro, why not to do an internal re-empowering to refurbish the system? We have representatives of Valle del Cauca thinking on how to prepare for the future investments that are being announced, that the minister introduced this morning of investment in the country. The country is setting up the foundations to prepare for the railroad reactivation, not for the big players and external players, but also the national economy and the capabilities in Colombia. The effort is a big effort. We agree, we need to keep working. the technical regulation, economic regulation, is to give signs to the local industry. How would the reels be? How should I develop, not only from the physical infrastructure, but also digital infrastructure, develop the sign system, monitoring system? We need to set up the foundation for the capabilities the country had once. We cannot say we are innovating in a new sector, but we need to do a recovery, innovate. And I think we have the starting point. How can we join the effort with a policy of railroad reactivation, not only to consider the project that we are already doing, but also the statement of the trade sector, education sector, the private sector? How are they going to hop on the train? The young people to receive training to be the drivers. We have had important conversations, the kind of contract that I should develop to for the participation of the industry. When we procure the buses, how the national fleet will play. So we are not scared by the challenge. It's a challenge we have together as a government to set up the foundation, not only the project of the transport sector and its effort in structuring, but also policy lines that sound soft and regulation. From strong institutionality and the Compass document, which is a document for the view of state, we can make the reactivation to go beyond state policy. Bravo, she says, from the public. Francisco, something clear about the panel is that this is not an infrastructure. Here there is public interest. I would dare to say it is a goal of the country, this kind of investment. But you, from the development bank, how you think we can add the large state projects to leverage private capital without denaturalizing these goals, public goals? So the pragmatic view of the private sector, they see the work, but they see that they are not only investing on the railroad, but the integration of the territory. Before that, I'd like to answer, because the deputy minister left me as if I were unsensitive of the public topics. But the successful project is when there is a loan. A successful project is that effectively meets the goal. So that social part is super important. We in EFE are aware of that. We always support during the structuring to socialize the project in the communities, to have representation in the communities, and that becomes a very important part of the work that we do. I didn't take that into account for the question that I was asked, because it was just for funding. Second, I've always thought there is important topic that is the policy defined by the government. The private does what the government wants them to do, but they have to be told clearly. For example, there is a theory that the private doesn't care if they have to do less or more environmentally, if they have time to know beforehand, make a quotation, and be able to include it in the offer. What has to be important is the separation between structuring, so that the decision of policy get into the structure within the conditions. It's a shame the minister left, because I know that Iwarachi didn't have a good structure, and I don't agree the decisions they told us as structure. The decision of the government policy, we implemented them, but it is not a mistake in structuring. It is the criteria of the government. I understand that she said it was not electrified and it didn't include the passenger. We stopped the structuring for 3 months because the government wanted to include passengers, and 3 months later the government told us there is no passenger. The same with diesel and electrification to create the lines. The government said, we don't have so much money to create all that. Let us start by stages, because there are other trains with diesel. The trains that we have available by stages, and we do that later. And we tried that in the structuring. We added that to the structuring. So there must be a difference, because the decision is a political decision in the structuring. If you want to comply with certain goals, it is important for the state policy to be clear, to be shown within the terms. I believe that the concession is happy to see that the government is happy too, that the concession complied, but you need to be clear and timely. So the support of the structuring company, saying you have these choices. If it is electrical, $500 million more, but you have this restriction. So what would you like to do? But the good structure depends on the questions, so that the government can make decisions, correct decisions, according to the restrictions they have. We do not do public policies. We just structure. The conversation is super important. I remember when we were privatizing the energy companies, the conversation between the CREC, mines, treasury, for each privatization to have as a goal to create an energy market. Always upon the strengthening the market ahead. The price didn't matter, but we wanted to create market. That conversation between the government and the structuring agency is crucial. That would be my answer to the question you asked on how you do. The private does whatever is being told. Thank you very much. Please give me 2 minutes. I will not look to the organizers then to give you 2 minutes. This is a recommendation for multilateral funding of a project of railroad is very important. We are speaking about $1 billion, and our experience in Panama. Every 2 weeks there is a funding company that wants to offer me fund. It can be a fund, a bank, multilateral, etc. I invite multilaterals to have a summit like this for you, and one has the portfolio of the rest. I've been in the business of insurance. when there is a big business the companies cannot take, that goes to the insurer. But the insurer has the contracts guaranteed. These projects cannot be for just one company. So I invite the multilateral to join. You can guarantee this and that. I don't know if it is clear, but it is an invitation. Every 2 weeks I receive people. That's difficult. 30 seconds. I want to build on that because curiously we haven't touched upon these projects particularly have the characteristics. They cost a lot more than the resources created by tariffs. So they must have contribution from state and soft resources, multilateral funding behind complete restructure. 15 seconds. As the challenge of funding is so big, I believe that this I was complementing was not, well, it was just complementing, adding up to your intervention, but also it's implicit the sources, funding sources. That's why I wanted to speak the regional development. If we are able to dynamize really, and that's a challenge, conditions of increase in the payment capability, more employment, tourism, we're opening up for development, markets for development. So to be able to join all funding sources, that it is not only the public budget, even through credit lines, not only that, but through other sources. But development can become a fund source if we orient it the best way. It is not a secret that when we improve the conditions of access, prices leave the earth, markets open for logistics, markets open for passenger trains, for urban trains that have the capability to fund through commercial use any of the profitable use depending on the characteristics of the project to create conditions of development in such a way that this can be foreseen to be part of the structure of funding of the project. That's why I wanted to intervene. A bank to receive, I don't have the certainty of the resources. It's logical to have the resources of budget and then the government to set up valuation, resources for tourism, everything needed to recover the money. And it is uncertainty, it is not evident who does it, it is not easy for a fund to buy it, not capital, not debt. Well, let me take advantage of my role of moderator. Just 15 seconds, if you allow me, since you spoke about multilateral. Precisely yesterday in the morning, I had to present, but also the president of CAF, Nicolas Estupiñán. We said that one of the challenges goes over what you mentioned. One is the size of capex. It is impossible. You need to look for other sources. The other one was definitely innovation. Innovation requires of multiple sources because what you have stated, Francisco, as a pure funder, it cannot happen. When I talk to the shareholder as a multilateral, I can use the comprehensive view to start the funding. When I have the project, that conversation must be clear. Henry, that's the mandate. We have multilaterals. So I'd like to appreciate this panel was fruitful. If you want to say what is needed to have a true condition for the funding of the railroad, just a round of applause for them. please do not leave because we are missing the photo. I'm going to ask you to go to on one side while the technical team moves the chairs and we take the memory photo of the panel. Whatever you need to put aside.
Pero se nos van a colar en la foto los señores de producción. A ver, necesitamos que nuestros panelistas salgan muy hermosos, entonces por favor.
We need our panelists to be beautiful. So please, people from the production team, let us
Otros 15 segunditos. Muchas gracias a los panelistas, a Ángel.
thank you very much, panelists. Very interesting panel. While you take your seats, I'm going to invite Mr. Iñaki Barron, expert on railroad system and advisor of CAF to stage, for a presentation of the conclusions of this international forum. Our panelists, I invite you to go back to your seats. Thank you very much.
Los dejo con Iñaki Barrón.
I'll leave you with Iñaki Barron.
Bueno.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you very much, all of you, for staying till the end, almost the end. Well, I have the mission to sum up once more what has been said. We have heard so many interesting things. We have had such intense days that we would have the risk to be explaining for today's. We said that it was ambitious program, intense program. And it promised to be an important forum, interesting forum. And all of us congratulate each other. Today's to address topics related to funding, history, governance, collective memory. Let us remind that words we heard is intermodality, interoperability, and Google corrects it every time I write it. Intermodality is so important to go beyond time, reconnection, sustainability, of course. Social benefit, tourism. The good message is that Colombia and the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean are facing the challenges. Governance must be a driver. Let us remind that yesterday we ended saying that the historians and writers sent a powerful message. So powerful that we're doing the same we did 200 years ago. So let us do it well. The question is, how are we going to do it? We have heard a lot of things before. Will be a summary report with everything that we have talked about. It will be very interesting apart from the presentations, etc. It will be at your disposal. Yesterday we spoke mainly about what. Today we have talked about how. This second day we have talked about the legal system. So important. The concept of service, education, training of the staff at every level. We have mentioned about stations and terminals, strategic elements, the location, function, essential elements. Railways do not join just cities but stations and terminals. We have spoken about digitalization of the models, digital twins, the importance of railroad that has to add all the possible technology and digitalization to be competitive. We have mentioned again intermodality, even though Google doesn't acknowledge it. An important phrase. It is important to know what is a success and what didn't work. Interoperability, one of the important phrases, is in the mind of people, not only in the science and technical aspects.
Interoperability leads to economic growth and social development, increases competitiveness, and because logically investing lots of money requires lots of legal security. And I will return to my three magic letters, SSF. S as in service. We've talked a lot about infrastructure, but we haven't talked about services. When we build a railway line and we said we're going to unite a town, we're going to connect it with society, what are we talking about? How many times a day does a gentleman from that town is going to go, and how much time, on what price, and what type of train? That is service. When we talk about cargo, the cargo rail needs to be like the animals. They don't need to run. They need to be efficient. No long-distance travelers need to balance out between economic profitability and social profitability. In France, they defined it as trains of territorial equilibrium. And those long-distance travelers lead to a temptation of a mixed traffic that has a very special liturgy in the world of the railways. In terms of public transport, in the cities, there is a phrase that I love, and that it's not mine, but I liked it to be. It says a developed country is not a country where poor people have car, but in which rich use public transport. This phrase is full of meaning. And the second S is the S of systems. And, well, what can I say? The railway system. I recall when the Japanese surprised the world in '68 with the first high-speed rail, less than 20 years after they had been destroyed in war. The World Bank that funded part of the project, and they said, why do they have to fund an invention? And the Japanese said, we're not inventing anything. We're inventing a system. We are putting together all of the elements at the higher level of the railway. That's what led to the high-speed or high-velocity rail. And thanks to this, the interurban railway exists in the world. And afterwards, the S of future, the F of future. It's been said many, many times. When we decide today and we start to build in a year, we start to generate tests in 5, and we start to enjoy it for the rest of our lives. That future is very important. A very interesting message that these talks leave is that the world is full of money. We can't imagine how much money there is in the world. The problem is that we are waiting good projects to receive that money. And I just want to say with a phrase that I've seen. I have a book full of phrases that really impact me. The first one is of an old president of the French railway lines. He was called Laurent Flog, and he used to say, the train is an essential tool, and we have the luck of having conserved a very dense network. We're going to have to learn not to close lines, but use them to the utmost, increasing the speeds and lowering the prices. And that is the modern world in which we are heading, the world of sustainable development. The future, in the future train It's going to be the cheapest mode of transport for all society, but we need to be willing to invest. Well, the purpose of the phrase is that it was said in 1990 when sustainability still was not part of today's fad. Another phrase that perhaps we might realize is Latin America started to implement rails, and then a lady called Margaret Thatcher, with whom I compart things, but not many, said that each generation needs to do something that is passionate, that has an impact on the future, and is going to impact them for good. And we start generating our railroad culture. There's a phrase from Benjamin Franklin that said, "Tell me, and I'll forget it. Teach me, and I'll recall it. Involve me, and I'll learn it." And I see here lots of people here that listens, learns, and is involved. That's the important thing for rails. And last, I just want to say something else that is mine, of my own making, and that is supported in a phrase of Mark Twain. I don't have faith in the future of the railway. Faith is believing in something that doesn't exist. It exists, railway exists, and we don't have to believe in it, we have to use it. And I wish 200 years of the railway in this earth. And I just want to thank CAF, the Ministry of Transport of Colombia, and I'd like to congratulate you for these 2 days, and hopefully we can have much events such as this one. And as a conclusion, I can say that we should do things properly, and for that we need to know how to, thinking on our sons and grandsons here in Colombia, throughout the region. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Mil gracias.
Thank you very much, Iñaki Barron, for these conclusions about these 2 days, during which we have had the opportunity of enjoying many different visions as to the trains. Now today I want to invent for the closure Mr. Rodrigo Peñilillo. He is the representative of CAF in Colombia, for a couple of words, and then we will finish this forum.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So first of all, on behalf of CAF, I'd like to reiterate our thanks to the national government, especially to all the team, to the minister, and to all the team from the Ministry of Transport, the Vice Ministry. They were there 2 days working jointly with the CAF team. And without a doubt, the Ministry of Transport is a strategic ally in the development of this meeting and in the consolidation of a national vision that recognizes railways as a means to open the gates towards a country where development is also built on rails. I'd like to thank and recognize the group of experts coming from more than 12 countries that guided the debates throughout this region, throughout these days as well. Their knowledge and experience have been fundamental in identifying concrete spaces in order to reactivate our railways so it can become a reality. So I'd like to share or acknowledge the Management Department of Infrastructure and the CAF for their technical rigor. They have been fundamental to turn this forum into a high-level event that is capable of generating synergies and ideas for the future of the rails. And also like to thank the authorities of the national government and national sub-governments, the representatives of the multilateral banking sector, of the academia, the private sector, and also civil society. Your presence has enriched this opportunity and allowed us to strengthen mission of regional development, where the train is at the center of an integration, sustainability, and production agenda. So what happened during these 2 days was more than an exchange of knowledge and experience. It was a space that allowed us to rethink collectively the role of the rail, and with this advance in the construction of shared vision and of long scope. a vision in which we recognize the rail activation as a structural axis within the development agenda of the region that, beyond being necessary, can be possible as well. So we ensure that the train is not only infrastructure, it is identity. Through music, through literature, and through collective memory, we recognize that the train not only moves people and freight, it moves ideas, it evokes stories, and enlivens dreams. So we delve in regulatory requirements because they are a tool in order to provide safety and security to investments, clarity in institutional competencies, and sustainability in the long term. We explore the role of the railroads as appropriate channel for the mobilization of financial resources. Now, multilateral banking sector is ready in order to accompany the funding of this reactivation. So, but I must emphasize that it is indispensable to have a good project structuring that guarantee a structure and execution aligned with environmental and social standards that the region demands. We need to delve in the role of digitalization and interoperability, understood as essential conditions to expand networks, integrate them with other means of transport, and connect them with global logistic flows. We need to reflect on modes of governments, and we highlight countries such as Spain, Chile, and Germany have managed to turn the rail into state policy backed up by solid institutions and a long-term vision. And we were witnesses of the government of Colombia and its wish to have a spot in the development of the country, an ambitious view supported by rigorous commitment to the land from CAF. We support this and wish to turn it into a reality. All of this leaves us a shared conviction. If we manage to align efforts and articulate visions and build a common agenda, we are going to be able to go beyond just a technical exercise, but rather as a catalyzer of development that will favor competitiveness, that can integrate territories, and will get us close to a connected Latin America and a Caribbean that is cohesive and connected. This forum was only the starting point of a broader conversation. And I like to say that through the next year, this space will continue to actually go through the region, one of many. And Colombia will have to, in the next forum, give the conclusions of this one and start the next one. And to consolidate as a platform, a permanent platform for dialogue, technical exchange, and collective construction at the service of Latin Americans and people from the Caribbean. A space that not only promotes ideas, but all well as capabilities and visions. And as was spoken yesterday by Garcia Marquez in 100 Years of Solitude, that the rail was like a kitchen of coal that let off steam and a terrible whistle. Nobody knew where that wheeled prodigy was going to, but that idea became habitual. Train machines that brought and took entire towns. So with that phrase, I'd like to finish and extending an invitation to those attendees. Let's work together so this prodigy can once again travel with force. But the difference with that time in the past is going to be silent, low emissions, and efficient. And as well, in those times, it will continue to connect towns and cultures, strengthen identities, and taking opportunities to build the well-being of millions of Latin Americans and people of the Caribbean. Let's make that dream a reality together. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Penalino, for your words, and also it is timely to thank every single panelist, every single speaker, as they participated in these 2 days of the International Forum for the Railway Reactivation. On behalf of CAF and the Ministry of Transport of Colombia, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you very much, those here that accompany us in this auditorium, but also those who actually saw us through streaming through our webpage. I'd like to remind you that if you wish to see the event once again, it's going to be recorded in that webpage and also in our YouTube channel, so you have access to all of the discussions that took place during these 2 days. Thank you very much for your presence, and have a good night and day. Thank you very much.